very popular New York bred Haynesfield, the colt who beat Blame in the Jockey Club Gold Cup before Blame beat Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Bank it, 4-5, morning line Haynesfield favorite, in search of a third straight stakes victory today. While the meet does end today, Kendrick Carmouche about to clinch his second Aqueduct riding title. Rudy Rodriguez way ahead in the trainer standings. Racing will continue. The short but prestigious spring meet begins on Thursday, and the fabled Wood Memorial is on Saturday. How good is risk-taking? Withers winner among the probables for New York's premier Kentucky Derby prep race. Good luck calling the races today, Anthony Stabile. You can't see a thing. The fog has rolled in. Welcome, everyone, to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome, everyone. I'm Laffit Pincay. So much to unpack following yesterday's loaded day of thoroughbred racing. We saw the Derby prep favorites. They're all defeated. We'll recap those races, plus live racing here at Aqueduct, Oaklawn, and Tampa Bay Downs. We mentioned the feature. It is the Haynesfield. Let's take a look at the field for the Haynesfield. Older New York breds running a mile. Compact field of 5, post 5 for Bankit. For Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, who trained the horse this race is named after. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, you can't see a thing out there, right? Our viewers can't see much on the monitors either. How bad is it actually for the riders and out there down the track?
So as I always say, TV always makes things a little bit worse as far as weather is concerned, especially when it's raining. It always looks 10 times worse. But the fog, yeah, it is pretty bad out there. But when you're riding in races, when you're in kind of closer quarters, those guys can see out there. It's not a really problem for them. Let's say in the morning, so when you're galloping and you have to see the entire racetrack for the outriders, then that's a problem. So it's a little bit more of a dicier situation or a challenging situation for the stewards, for the outriders, for the cameramen as well. So the fog, it poses its challenges, and you said Big A, Anthony Stabile, he's calling the races this Sunday. Best of luck, my friend.
Godspeed, my friend. And you don't have to deal with the elements. I don't know what we're going to do without your paddock reports. Maggie with us on set all afternoon. Refocusing on the feature today, we mentioned the Haynesfield Bankit 4-5 for Steve Asmussen. Why is he the horse to beat, at least on paper?
There's talented horses in here, don't get me wrong, but Bankit is the most proven at the distance. He's riding this 2-race win streak in here. This is the Alex M. Robb, which took place 2 starts ago here at Aqueduct. He defeated the ultra-talented, venerable Mr. Buff. And Mr. Buff, he did do a lot of the dirty work up on the front end. But what I like about Bankit now that he is a 5-year-old, as he is more versatile, he's more tractable. He's not as pace dependent as he once was. And he is coming off of a pretty big win, a pretty visually impressive win down at Laurel. There was really kind of nothing coming up. You probably didn't want to face Mr. Buff again in the John B. Campbell, but he comes back to New York breds. And there really isn't a challenge, in my opinion, for him today, because he's facing a group of sprinters, and most of them are trying a mile.
Like a whiteout here at Aqueduct. A couple of weeks back, we saw Steve Asmussen win a stakes race with a horse that he trained, named after a race he trained, Rachel Alexandra Clairiere. We'll try to do the same today in the Haynesfield with Bankit. Today's stakes schedule. We also have stakes racing from Tampa Bay Downs, 6 races from Tampa Bay Downs. Paul LaDuca, our man in Florida, Gulfstream yesterday for the Florida Derby at Tampa this afternoon.
Welcome to Oldsmar, Florida, here at Tampa Bay Downs, where it's a special day. It's Florida Cup Day, where they highlight the Florida bred. There's going to be 7 Florida bred stakes races here today, all worth $110,000, and it will all start in race number 5 with the sophomore turf. And we're going to see a lot of riders that we usually see at Gulfstream Park. Paco Lopez, Corey Lanerie, Miguel Vasquez, Edgar Zayas, and a couple others have come in to ride. So it should be an interesting card, 12 races on tap.
Jarring discrepancy from the weather in Florida to the weather here in New York. Today's entire race schedule coming your way this afternoon. Aqueduct here, already 1 down, 7 left. The Haynesfield a little bit later on. You saw those stakes races coming up from Tampa Bay Downs, plus live racing from Oaklawn Park.
I'm looking forward to the sprint, Tap It to Win, coming back down at Tampa Bay.
All that's still coming up. Of course, if you want to get involved here with NYRA Bets, you can do so. And that $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Added perk if you join. Get to play in the Aqueduct Showdown. Play along with the Showdown. Free to enter handicapping contest on NYRA.com. Place your mythical bets and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get started. Live racing coming up soon, we promise. Field for the second at the Big 8, just a $12,500 claimer. 3-year-olds and older running a mile. I Love Jackson, favorite at 9-5. That's next from Aqueduct. When we come back, not the chalky result most expected in the Florida Derby. Greatest Honor defeated as the Curlin Colt wins the Florida Derby. Known Agenda peaking at just the right time for 6-time Florida Derby winning trainer Todd Pletcher.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Coverage on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Two-time Horse of the Year Curlin stands in yesterday's Grade 1 Curlin Florida Derby, brought to you in part by Hillendale. We are so used to these twists and turns on this road to the Florida Derby, and we saw more of that yesterday in South Florida. Greatest Honor, the heavy favorite going into the 69th running of the Florida Derby. Maggie, we knew from the start he'd be far off the pace here. The question was, how fast would the pace be? Known Agenda is going to settle about mid-pack, and eventually the speed materializing going into the first turn.
Yeah, we saw Soup and Sandwich, the gray and the live oak colors, and I had thought that possibly the horse that was coming off of the big blowout win in Breaking His Maiden would be more forward than this, but he wasn't. He was kind of taken out of his element a bit, and we just saw Arad Ortiz secure a good position to be able to pounce before we saw Greatest Honor be able to unravel his stride. You know, he's this big, kind of somewhat of a plodding type of horse where it seemed as though Known Agenda, while it's taken him a while to be that tactical, to be that push button, has gotten there. And this was by far his best performance. And two, he was the last horse to beat Greatest Honor.
Right.
So I think it's safe to say that Known Agenda is better than Greatest Honor, at least at this point early in their young careers.
Owned and bred by Vinny Viola. owner of the Florida Panthers, co-owner Always Dreaming, 2017 Derby winner. Maggie, was this more about Known Agenda winning or Greatest Honor losing?
I think it was a breakout performance for Known Agenda. I do think that Connections, if they want to proceed to the Derby, because where else are they going to go with Greatest Honor? I think they should. Now, there's a lot of ifs that go along with him. He's a horse that needs the pace to develop. He needs the right kind of trip. He's not going to be able to get stopped in a 20-horse field, 19 other horses in it. A lot of things are going to have to go his way, and plus, he's going to have to get faster. I mean, we saw Known Agenda get the 94 Beyer speed figure, putting him pretty much on par with the better horses, that 3-year-olds that we've seen this year, such as an Essential Quality, still a notch below that one, but some of the Baffert runners as well. So I think, it was, when you think about it, it's more the coming out party, I think, for Known Agenda, and just much of the same for Greatest Honor.
Just when you thought it was safe to go to sleep on Todd Pletcher's 3-year-olds, he strikes again. That is a 6th win in the Florida Derby. For Todd Pletcher, a record for the first 5 ran in the Kentucky Derby. Always Dreaming won. Audible ran 3rd behind Justify. Constitution missed the race with an injury. As for Known Agenda, we'll see in 34 days here. Maggie, this really is a what have you done for me lately kind of sport. And I guess that's going to be the question moving forward. Whether or not it's time to jump ship on Greatest Honor as a Derby prospect. I think we can be a little bit too results oriented. I think it's far too quick to pivot on a really good colt trained by Shug McGaughey, who, again, Florida Derby is an important race, big purse, prestigious Grade 1. It's still a prep race.
It's still a prep race, and as I've always said, Shug is a developer, not a manipulator. He's not going to, try to fit that square peg into the round hole. He is going to produce this horse, develop this horse, and continue to do so. I just don't think, as of now, he's still as good as those top quality horses. He's going to have to find, about 5 lengths on the top echelon of Derby contenders. I don't think he was beating that much to begin with, going back to those 2 prior Derby preps in Florida.
Yet, having said that, not including Country House, you do have to go all the way back to 2010 to find the last horse to win a Kentucky Derby who lost his last prep. Super Saver, no coincidence, trained by Todd Pletcher. When you win a race like the Florida Derby, you should be recognized as a king for a day. Known Agenda, the king for a day. Brought to you by the talented son of Uncle Mo. King for a day, Known Agenda. Big performance in the Florida Derby. King for a day stands at Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions in New York.
Todd Pletcher is just the king. Trained King for a day, trains Known Agenda. I mean, the list goes on and on for Mr. Pletcher.
And I guess if there's something to this, Known Agenda, who really spun his wheels at Tampa Bay Downs, Todd Pletcher actually referenced Vino Rosso. Vino Rosso, we watched him spin his wheels twice at Tampa Bay Downs before winning the Wood Memorial and eventually becoming a really good, won a Breeders' Cup Classic eventually. I just wonder, and also that's going to be a factor going into the Wood Memorial, another very good prospect exiting a bad race at Tampa Bay Downs, and something, too, that the horses just don't take to that track for some reason.
It is, and some people are so against that notion, but we see it time and time again, and we see some horses absolutely freak out at Tampa and then try to bring their show on the road, and they just can't. So it is a type of dirt surface that, for whatever reason, I haven't trained horses over it, so I don't really know why, but some just don't like it and just can't get a hold of it.
Known Agenda, big performance in the Florida Derby, onward and upward for Vinny Viola and Todd Pletcher. Horses are in the paddock. The second race coming up here at Aqueduct. Post time in about 5 minutes. Live look at the current favorite in I Love Jackson for this $12,500 claimer. I Love Jackson, the 6-year-old gelding, about to make his 27th career start, a 4-time winner here at Aqueduct, the second on a very foggy Sunday when we return.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
I don't know how you go wrong with a horse like this.
Collected travelling by far the better. Accelerate only plodding home, but Collected giving his rivals an absolute drubbing in the Precisionist.
Arrogate now is plugging away on the outside, but Collected won the Pacific Classic.
I've got 8 Collected foals, absolutely thrilled with every one of them.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to a very foggy Aqueduct racetrack. As always, our coverage on America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. Final day of the winter meet. Rains fell earlier, fog rolled in, but the racing does continue. And getting closer to post time for race 2, you see the updated odds. I Love Jackson, 3-1. Current favorite at 2-1, number 5 in Big Mountain, 8-5. We'll have a chance to see this field up close and personal, emerging for a post-parade. $12,500 claimers. 1 mile. Track is sloppy, 3-year-olds and older. Deep Sea, Maggie, the first one we'll see. There are the yellow color, like we need bright colors this afternoon. Deep Sea, the 9-year-old gelding, 42nd lifetime starts, 11-time winner.
Yeah, and he brings a nice resume forth, as you just mentioned, has proven himself on a wet track. The problem is he has not proven himself lately. He was eased and walked off in his last effort. Granted, that was going a 2-turn mile and an 1/8. He has not run well whilst in this trainer's barn.
Hammer and Ammer, a Maryland bred, first after the claim, Dylan Clark.
Yeah, and Wayne Potts, his former trainer, has been kind of heating up lately as he dropped in for the 8. He's going to have to do better off the claim.
More on I Love Jackson in a moment. First after the claim, Tony Dutcher having a big meet, and Hardcore Folklore, originally a $375,000 purchase.
Yeah, my husband actually was the original trainer of this horse. Yeah, that was fun. Now he comes back every day to haunt us.
Hardcore Folklore. Then you saw Big Mountain, who has emerged as a choice, 8-5, and Gio Doro, the New York bred, who runs second a lot.
One of the several speeds in here. He's been hinting at getting back to some of his good form, but at least in 2020, Lafitte, he was not anywhere near of his former self.
Now, Mind the Coin, another gelding first after the claim.
Yeah, going from Bruce Levine to a lower percentage trainer, he controlled a very slow pace last time and still was not able to hold off Heavy Roller.
And that's the field for this upcoming second race. Shows that post time is in less than a minute. $12,500 claimers, 1 mile in the slop. You're looking at I Love Jackson. A late running sprinter, disappointed in his last start, Maggie, but looked good in the race prior. January 28th here, I Love Jackson, hard to miss with that big white blaze rallying from far back.
He's completely, well, not this time, this is when he won, but last time he was completely against the racetrack. I mean, that was one of the very good rail days that we saw. And it happens too. The rail gets good when you have kind of a more drying out racetrack, especially during the winter months here at the Big A. That's exactly what happened on February 21st. And he was just on that 4-wide pursuit the entire way around the racetrack. So I don't want to hold that last effort against him by any means. That was a good effort we saw. We saw him kind of getting back to his form that he had in 2019 a bit more. And Tony Dutrow was a guy going back a ways, because I tried to look up his first off the claim stats, and of the last 5 years, I think he's only claimed like 10 horses. None of them have won, but you go back 10, 15, 20 years, and Tony Dutrow is pretty darn good, first off the claim. And two, I mean, the barn has just been doing excellent work this winter meet at Aqueduct.
Statistically, yeah, big meet for Tony Dutrow. I Love Jackson. There's Gio Doro. A lot of these low-level angles this afternoon so we can get the best possible view of these horses warming up. You saw Gio Doro, if we could get another look at him at 5-1. He's trying to salvage the meet with a win in his 6th start of the meet. In fact, he's winless since January 2019. Maggie, but he's trained by Rudy Rodriguez. Rodriguez about to officially capture this Aqueduct winter training title, well clear in the standings.
Yeah, you know, some trainers gear up for Saratoga. Rudy Rodriguez gears up for Aqueduct, and he will flat out tell you that to your face. You know, he always is complaining about Saratoga. Oh, you know, it's just too tough here. He's like, don't worry, we'll win at Aqueduct. So this is the meet he targets, and he has been very successful from when he first started training, you know, nearly 15 years ago. At the Aqueduct Circuit. This is kind of his home. I'm sure he misses training here in the mornings, but it looks as though he has this one here in 2021 wrapped up.
Rudy Rodriguez, another training title, will be his 12th overall. We saw Big Mountain, who is 9-5. I know you don't like to talk about your husband's horses very often, but we have to ask you here, your thoughts on Big Mountain. Tom Morley first after the claim here.
First of all, he is a cool horse. He is named aptly, obviously with the pedigree, but he's a tall drink of water. So Big Mountain fits him very well. He's a pleasure to ride. I do think he is owned by Zilla Racing. They do like to bet their horses, so I always, you know, acknowledge these partnerships. And when you see a horse of theirs that might be a little shorter than you think, they do like to bet their money. He's coming out of a race in which he was able to control. It was a hot pace, though. The problem is he's going to get some company up front again. And while that was a state bred 25, so it has the appearance of being a little bit tougher. I don't think it was the greatest field ever, though he's meeting some has-beens in a way. You know, Gio Doro once upon a time was really good. I Love Jackson once upon a time. Hammer and Armor, really good. So if you can forgive him for his last 2 efforts, he's right there as far as class is concerned.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Good luck, Maggie, with Big Mountain. And good luck, Anthony Stabile, calling this second race at Aqueduct in the heavy, heavy fog.
There's Big Mountain. Easy to see Big Mountain in the Zilla green. Gio Doro's next. Last one to load is Mind the Coin. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Manny Franco hustling on Gio Doro to get to the lead. Big Mountain going to go right with him. These two have a couple of lengths on Mind the Coin, who's outside in third. Moving up is I Love Jackson. Hammer and Ammer's there. Hardcore Folklore, and then a long way back to Deep Sea. Gio Doro leads them out of the chute and onto the main track. He has a length. Big Mountain maneuvered off the inside, and he's outside of Gio Doro. These two have about 3 lengths on Mind the Coin. Then we come back to I Love Jackson. Hardcore Folklore was there. Hammer and Ammer's in the mix. And Deep Sea is still far back. A lot of green on the front end. Big Mountain and Gio Doro through a 45-3 half mile. They've got about 6 lengths on Mind the Coin, who's under a ride. I Love Jackson's between. Hammer and Ammer's there at the inside. The field's midway on the far turn. Big Mountain's taken over from Gio Doro. It's Big Mountain and Gio Doro. I Love Jackson. Hammer and Ammer's between. Mind the Coin on the far outside as the field turns for home. 3/4 went in 1:10-4. When last seen, it was Big Mountain. Eric Cancel's trying to sweep the double. Big Mountain was 2 lengths in front, and as they come past the 16th pole, Big Mountain's still there. He's trying to hold off I Love Jackson and Hammer and Ammer, and there's Hammer and Ammer, who emerges from the fog and draws off to a 5-length win. It was Hammer and Ammer over Big Mountain and I Love Jackson. Final time for the mile was 1:37-3.
Bang-up job, Anthony Stabile. and to the camera crew here at Aqueduct, and Hammer and Ammer, who may have just jumped into the quarter pole, Maggie.
Well, it wasn't Kendrick Ramoch aboard, so, but...
That's a good story for later. That's
yeah,
a good
we'll
story
get
for
to
later.
that. But well done. Dylan Clark picking up his second win of the meet, going away under wraps beneath Trevor McCarthy. And I would definitely take those fractional times with a grain of salt. Yeah, I know, Big Mountain. They're really tough races to watch when you're involved.
Really
you have
hard.
no idea. You're 5 in front at the quarter pole, and then
Where'd he come from?
no, where did he come from?
Anthony is surprised as anyone. What did you think? And like a gorgeous day, of course, in Oldsmar, Florida, Tampa Bay Downs. From what you could see from Big Mountain, for your husband, what did you think? From what
you know,
could
maybe
see?
you could make the excuse of maybe he moved early, but no, you can't make that excuse because he's a speed horse. Eric did everything right with him. You know, Giodoro was intent on having the lead. He gave it up at about the 3/8 pole, and you know, he ran well in defeat. We unfortunately probably lost him today because he was dropping in half. It was unfortunate we couldn't get the win, though.
All right, so much more from Aqueduct results forthcoming 2-5-3-7. First look at Tampa Bay Downs in the first of 5 stakes races is next. The Equistaff Sophomore Turf Stakes. 3-year-olds running a mile and a 16th on a firm turf course, while the favorite at 1-2, number 2 in Chess's Dream. Paula Duca, live at Tampa. Paulie, what'd you come up with here?
Well, I mean, Chess's Dream's probably going to be very tough to beat. When Mike Maker ships in, first time Lasix in this Colt's 7th career start, the worry you have with the horse is anytime you want to take a short horse like this, you don't really like a horse that needs pace in front. And there is not a lot of pace in here, considering you do have the 4 and the 5. I think the 4 holds the key to this whole race, Indy Lion, because if Indy Lion does not go with the 5 Hot Blooded could get away from this field. And I think that the public does have it right that Hot Blooded should be the second choice. But I also think they're dismissing the 1 here at a very, very good price. Do I think the 2 should be the favorite? Yes, but 1-2 is a little ridiculous. The 1 has run a couple good races, and like I said, if the 4 does not press the 5 early and the 5 can settle and not be in chase mode, the 5 could be a good bet here, Lafitte.
Hot-blooded, Paul, and we'll see how that pace unfolds. Maggie, what do you expect to see from the start?
I want to say that Hot Blooded might be a bit quicker, just maybe ever so slightly. But yeah, I mean, Indy Lion, his best option, well, he has proved that he can sit and rate, but he's on the inside of Hot Blooded. So I think Ronnie Allen Jr., in his best interest would probably be to force the issue a little bit at the break, make Hot Blooded go maybe a little bit quicker than he wants to, and then sit right off of him. But we'll see. I do agree with Paul that number 1, officiating is very interesting. When you look at this horse's early career, which took place on the dirt, he was running against some of the best 2-year-olds, now some of the best 3-year-olds at the time. Obviously, Cotto River, Greatest Honor, Calibrate, Wayburn, all in his running lines, and he's run well in his 2 starts against, albeit Florida Breds, which he faces here for Bill Mott, and I would not dismiss him, and you're getting a great price of 6-1.
Officiating, Maggie talking about, and you can see him there, number 1, the Chicken Soup publisher, Pito Vegso, homebred, who has really improved on grass, officiating, while the favorite, Chess's Dream at 3-5. We'll have a chance to see grass racing in New York next week. Start of the short but very prestigious spring meet at the Big A, Wood Memorial, in 6 days. First things first, this Equistaff Sophomore Turf Sprint, Turf Stakes, mile and a 16th, 3-year-olds, Florida bred, and a $110,000 purse. We will be welcoming in new viewers momentarily. Fox Regional Networks for our coverage on America's Day at the Races. Continued coverage from Aqueduct Closing Day Winter Meet Oaklawn coming up. And 5 stakes races today at Tampa Bay Downs, where they have reached the starting gate for the Equistaff Sophomore Turf Stakes. Final thoughts, Maggie. Chess's Dream, odds on 3-5.
He got a crazy pace to close into, which was aided by Hot Blooded last time, but he was very wide relative to the horses that finished first and second, and Annex did come back to win as well yesterday on that Florida Derby card.
See what that 3's doing? That's what we need right now. We need Light Us Up to continue doing that, because we're going to have to pause, take a deep breath, and welcome in our new viewers. And they're going to join us just in time for this Equistaff Sophomore Turf Stakes in about 2 seconds. Hey there, welcome to our new viewers on Fox Regional Networks. Joining us on America's Day at the Races, you are just in time for the first of 5 stakes races from Tampa Bay Downs, Equistaff Sophomore Turf Stakes with a $110,000 purse. They're on the turf course, as you can see, 3-year-olds. All eyes on number 2, Jess's Dream, 3-5. Richard Grunder with the call.
He's in. They're at the post. And they're off and running in the 18th renewal of the sophomore. Indy Lion is away alertly and right to the early lead. Up on the outside, there goes Hot Blooded. Now moving up to challenge along the rail officiating. And the early trailer is Osprey, a compact field. As they come under the wire for the first time, Indy Lion and Ronnie Allen Jr. in hand and on the lead now, 3 parts of a length. Up on the outside, Light Us Up now moves up a challenging second. Hot Blooded is there third. Officiating in a bit tight down along the inner rail. Up on the outside, Chess's Dream is out over heels, but now moves to the outside with clear racing room. Only 3 lengths off the pace setter and a length and a half clear of Osprey. Only 5 lengths from front to back as they settle for their journey up the backstretch. Indy Lion and Allen now being shadowed by Light Us Up on the outside, racing second. Chess's Dream, the 1-2 favorite with clear racing room on the outside third. Officiating is there toward the rail. Hot Blooded from between horses, and Osprey is still the trailer, but it's still a compact field with a half mile still to run. Indy Lion calling all the shots up front and still in hand. Officiating will need racing room along the rail now. Second, Chess's Dream and Centeno. They can wait no more. And they're on the prowl to the outside, and there goes Chess's Dream. They approach the quarter-mile pole. Indy Lion, and now Allen gets busy with the pace setter. Chess's Dream draws alongside now to challenge, racing along second. Hot Blooded swings to the outside now to be third. Light Us Up is toward the rail fourth. It's still wide open. Indy Lion coming up with a huge effort. Chess's Dream. Here's Osprey on the outside. Down to the wire. Indy Lion up on the outside. A late run by Officiating. Indy Lion is still there. Locally based Indy Lion and surging late on the outside. Officiating very, very tight. A 3-horse photo to determine the winner, and the running time on the board, 142.64. That will be a photo.
Wild finish in this Equistaff Sophomore Turf Stakes. Indy Lion trying to hold on, Officiating desperate late surge, Maggie.
And Ronnie Allen Jr. did a great job doling out some pretty slow fractions. Not the greatest ride on Hot Blooded as he was wrangled back early. Officiating tried. Whoa, that is a serious head bob.
And from a funky angle, you saw the jockey on the favorite, Chess's Dream, standing up in the stirrups, almost as if he was squeezed. We'll keep you posted, but wall-to-wall live racing. It's gorgeous in Hot Springs. The first race from Oaklawn filing into the gate, $10,000 claiming sprint. Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Imaginary Music wins the break, goes to the front from French Rose and Frills. Scarlet Position is in the center, and these 4 race out. Sweet Tatum is taken back and races in 5th early, and the trailer is JP's Gladys. Frills and Scarlet Position kick on, and Frills is a half length in front. Scarlet Position is second, 3/4 of a length to Imaginary Music. Now Sweet Tatum is guided to the center of the racetrack, and she moves up outside of French Rose. Those 2 move as a team, 3 from the lead, 3 lengths back to JP's Gladys, the trailer. They ran the far turn, and Frills and Scarlet Position are right together. Frills is ahead in front of Scarlet Position in second. French Rose, Imaginary Music, and a 3-wide Sweet Tatum. They've all got about 2.5 lengths to make up. JP's Gladys has trailed throughout. Top of the stretch, Scarlet Position is in front of Frills now. Scarlet Position, final furlong, leads by 2 lengths from Frills. French Rose, not today for Sweet Tatum, and Scarlet Position going to have to hold off French Rose, and she just might do it. She's 3 in front. Scarlet Position has the lead. French Rose is second. JP's Gladys on the outside tries to get into third. Scarlet Position in front. Scarlet Position won by 3.5. French Rose was second. JP's Gladys third. Imaginary Music finished 4th.
And Francisco Arrieta continues to have a big meet at Oaklawn Park. First full season, guiding home another winner. Scarlet Position, we have to look this up. I don't know how many first races Arrieta has won at the meet, but it's a lot. Like, it's a lot.
You're paying really close attention.
Somebody told me. I'm
okay.
really not paying that close attention at all.
He's just bet the early
He's
double
just
with
won a
Arietta.
random stat I saw like a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
And it's continued.
Yeah, those stats like that, they're a little beyond me. But this is first off the claim for trainer Cipriano Contreras, as, you know, I thought she had a tough trip last time out and got vengeance on Sweet Tatum this time around.
Results, Oaklawn. Here at Tampa, Indy Lion did hold on. No chicken soup for you officiating. And we have an objection. 4-1-2-5. Another look in the stretch. You saw the favorite, Chess's Dream, and Daniel Centeno stand up in the stirrups here, Maggie. We do need to see a head-on, but there is an objection here. Another look, Indy Lion just holds off the late surging officiating.
I'm saying right here, no change. He causes it himself, Lafitte, as he is hitting his horse, Chess's Dream, left-handed urging here. Edgar Zayas and officiating, maintaining their path. And if anything, they're getting herded out right now by Centeno and Chess's Dream. He bumps with the 1. And then the 1 does come back over a bit, but as the 4 is coming out too. So that's where we saw the steady, but that was right at the wire.
With one look at the head-on, I agree with you. No change. It does not involve the winner regardless. The numbers blinking are the second and third place finishers. Officiating, Chess's Dream, 4-1-2-5. And you've spent a lot of time horseback. Is there something to that when we see boxers that get tired in a fight start leaning on each other? It seems like when horses initiate contact, they start leaning on each other as well.
Yeah, they're tired, and that's too, you know, why we see the change of leads. And this horse is a bit tired. Well, plus he's going out due to the stick, and it looks like he's going to fall off, but it's totally his fault.
I would see if Chess's Dream would have finished second and officiating would have finished third, I would understand Edgar Zayas claiming foul against Chess's Dream. But not the way it unfolded. Officiating still finished in front of Chess's Dream, who initiated the contact.
I mean, if anything, if you're worried about that right at the wire, it is the winner that comes out and interferes more, if anything, with Chess's Dream. But I don't think they're going to pay attention to that because that was right at the wire. So it's not blinking anymore. It's still officiating second.
Change.
So I'm going to say no change.
No change. Indy Lion, the winner, Equistaff Sophomore Turf Stakes, 4-1-2-5. When we come back, didn't take long for this Gary Stevens, Drayden Van Dyke thing to click. Van Dyke rode Like the King for the first time, and Like the King won a stakes race for the first time. The Jeff Ruby Stakes. Next stop, the Kentucky Derby. Maybe.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
The Run Happy rally continues. With more and more winners each week, Run Happy now ranks among the top of his crop. Already with multiple stakes horses this year, including the sensational Nikki the Vest, winner of the Gander Stakes at Aqueduct by an amazing 11 lengths. From coast to coast, the more they run, the more they win. In a lifetime of chance, this is a chance of a lifetime. Priced for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams right now and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter who raced medication-free stands in legendary stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Run Happy did all his damage on dirt. Indy Lion just did some damage on turf at Tampa and gutting out this win with Ron Allen Jr. in the saddle.
Third consecutive win, 2 back, a claiming 20 for straight 3-year-olds, bumped up to an allowance optional claimer, and now wins a state bred stake. So congratulations and job well done to trainer Maria Bowersock. And as I mentioned before, a seriously good and heady ride by Ronnie Allen Jr., the old veteran.
Yeah, crafty ride. We'll be hearing from Ron Allen Jr. in just a moment. 12-1 at post time. Now, you liked officiating going in, missed it by that much.
Yeah,
too big a price.
Dirty nose. I know, 6-1 on a Bill Mott horse coming in from Gulfstream. You could have fooled me.
Yeah, they unloaded on the favorite Chester Stream. Odds on having to settle for third on this particular afternoon. If it sounds like we're stretching, it's because we are. We're waiting to hear from the winning pilot. I promise that's coming. Horses in the paddock. Aqueduct's third coming up. Continued racing, and we're just getting started here at Tampa Bay Down. 1 stakes race down, 4 to go. Ron Allen strikes with Indy Lion, live with Polly at Tampa.
3-1 with winning jockey of the sophomore turf stakes here at Tampa, rocking Ronnie Allen Jr. And Ronnie, there was 2 speed horses in the race, the horse to the outside of you, and you made a decision to go to the front. Was that the plan going in?
Well, that was my initial plan, yes, and I seen his horse broke really good, but then since he's on the outside, most of us jocks, we decide if we're outside, we'll take back off, and that's just what Tony did, and it was able to slow the pace down for us, and he just barely hung on.
This is a gelding that you've ridden every one of his starts, and I mentioned gelding. Did that change his career?
Yeah, I think cutting him, making him a gelding made him a lot more focused, and he's been showing that he's improving every race each time. I always knew he had ability, but then, the last few races just proves it. He's been really getting better and better.
This is a popular local win. Maria puts you on a lot of horses. She's a great horsewoman, isn't she?
Yes, she does. She does a good job. She works hard, and she very deserves it. That's her first stake win.
Oh, no way. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ronnie Allen with the first stakes win of the day.
First stakes win, Maria Bowersock, congratulations. Indy Lion, Equistaff, sophomore turf stakes, much more. Tampa, Oaklawn, meantime, Francisco Arrieta in the opener, again, scarlet position.
Scarlet position turning the tables on Sweet Tatum this time around, and she had the worst of it in their last meeting together, but definitely did not have the worst of it this time around. Everybody saw it too. She went off your 2-1 favorite first time out for Cipriano Contreras. And as you were mentioning, Francisco Arrieta, the man with race number 1.
Race 1, and a big meet, first full-time meet for Arrieta at Oaklawn Park. Oaklawn's Big Derby prep in a couple of weeks, the Arkansas Derby, that road to the Derby. Heavy traffic on that road to the Derby yesterday afternoon. 3 major preps. We go back to Turfway Park for the Jeff Ruby Stakes on synthetic. A lot of contact at the top of the stretch. Look out for Like the King and Drayden Van Dyke. Sainthood right in front of him. Just a lot of congestion as things unfold coming off the far turn, Maggie.
I do want to make quick mention that Tarantino, who was the favorite, kind of hopped off, got away really badly, never looked as though he handled the Tapeta there, and eventually just kind of crossed the wire in a canter. Now, I think this was very good race riding by Drayden Van Dyke aboard your eventual winner, Like the King, with Sainthood. Sainthood, this was only his 3rd start, to be fair, and I remember his last race coming in here from Fairgrounds. He did this. He runs and stops and starts. He's still incredibly green for trainer Todd Pletcher. There is a ton of ability there. And yes, it was more than 9 hard ride guy, his fault, his doing of everything, kind of forcing the bumping the eventual winner too. But good race riding by Drayden Van Dyke, just holding Sainthood in that position coming off the turn there. But Sainthood's a horse with promise. I'm wondering if blinkers are also in his future at some point.
Did you think he was best?
No, I don't. I don't think he was best. I think he's a horse that's actually just still learning.
Jonathan Kinchin's throwing something at the television right now. Loved Sainthood going in. Some trouble in that particular trip. like the King and Gary Stevens, Drayden Van Dyke. Great for Van Dyke to get started, and they're working together now. That big victory there and enough points to advance for the Kentucky Derby and the Jeff Ruby Stakes. As we mentioned, big afternoon of 3-year-old preps. And hours earlier in Dubai on the undercard of the Dubai World Cup was the UAE Derby. And introducing Rebels Romance for Godolphin, the Irish colt on the attack with William Buick.
Hello, this was really impressive. I mean, it's not as if he broke badly, he just didn't have that much early foot. Early on, he's wide, he circles the entire field, Lafitte, and just does it in a canter. Watch when he switches to his outside right lead here. He really levels off, and William Buick will get him to do so as soon as he passes this horse, and his stride just really gets that much more comfortable, that much more visually appealing. He really levels off. This is a horse with some talent. Obviously on the synthetic and now on the dirt. He was coming off a poor performance. Charlie Appleby was saying that he just didn't look quite as good in that race in Saudi Arabia as he did coming into this effort back in Dubai, which is where his last win came. Connections, though, saying, you know, Charlie Appleby said, we'll talk about the Derby, but it seems as though they already have essential quality. We'll see what Prevalence does here, too. So, yeah, we'll see if we see him in the Derby, but this is a nice colt.
Rebels Romance, 7 to 10 days. Appleby mentioned that's when we'll have the decision regarding Rebels Romance and whether or not a trip to Louisville is in his future. As for Godolphin and this incredible run Big Blue has been on just this season alone. It missed a guide last night in a 9th win of the Dubai World Cup for Godolphin. Rebels Romance, who you just saw, essential quality, bluegrass bound, an incredible run we've seen from Godolphin here in the early stages of 2021.
Yeah, and they've put so much into the industry from in a worldwide perspective that it's nice to see it paying off, at least stateside as well. I mean, they continuously have success in England and Ireland and in the Middle East too. But for them to be so loaded, especially with their young horses this year, the elusive Kentucky Derby, it seems so close within their grasp this time around.
If that colt were to come over, though, how would he stack up against some of the best North American 3-year-olds, Rebels Romance?
That's the problem. That was visually impressive. So that would be a real acid test. I don't think he was beating the caliber of the top Derby contenders that we have seen prepped here stateside. So it would be a tough, and I feel like they still have a little bit of a bitter taste in their mouth from Thunder Snow several years ago. Not that that would happen with with this horse, but they might be a little gun shy.
To Thunder Snow's credit, that's not the first thing you think about anymore, that Kentucky Derby with the career he had, earning $15 million or whatever.
Two-time World Cup winner.
Updated Kentucky Derby leaderboard, the winners of the recent preps with all those points, like the King, Known Agenda, Rebels Romance, Greatest Honor, still in the mix, obviously. On average, since this system was implemented in 2013, it has taken 26 points. 26 points for the 20th and final horse to qualify, something to keep in mind as we move forward, and the preps do continue. Segue to Aqueduct, where the Wood Memorial will take place next week. We'll preview a little bit later on, but we have live racing to tend to here as much as we can possibly see. As the fog has rolled in, some rain earlier on this closing day of the winter meet. We have New York breds in a good allowance race here of the optional claiming variety. 3-year-olds running a mile. Lobster favorite at 2-1, Maggie.
I like Lobster here. He looks to get the setup, but then again, we never quite see those setups oftentimes here in New York, because at least on paper, there looks to be 2 to at least 3 speed horses, and Lobster looks as though he's going to sit that nice trip stalking right off of them, as this was his win.
2 races back when he got blown off the track by Nicky the Vest, and the Gander, his win 2 back on a wet track.
Yeah, and wait, this is his win, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
This is his maiden breaking score, sorry. And he just got better the further he went. This was only his second start of his career. I think he's just a horse that keeps developing and getting better. I won't hold that last figure of a 63 against him. But he's getting a wet track again, so it's obvious that he can handle it. It might be a question mark for, actually, most of these horses have handled wet tracks, and the biggest threat to him is your 5-2 second choice in here, number 3, Chocolat.
With Trevor McCarthy, Chocolat, 2-1 Lobster, the favorite here. How much do you normally factor in not only past performances, horses that have thrived or run well on wet racetracks, but specifically here at Aqueduct, where in the winter you really have to take into account horses exiting races where there may have been particular parts of the track that were simply better to be on those particular days.
Right. That is oftentimes something that gets called into question as far as, was it a good rail and what have you. I don't think any of these horses are necessarily coming off of bias hindrances or bias, helps in their last efforts. Chocolat, he ran very well first time out. He was quick out of the gate from an inside post position. The two horses that finished second and third behind him came from well back. All the horses that were up chasing with him, vying for the lead, they finished well back in here. Now, it's a small sample, but Bill Mott, horses who broke their maiden first time out and then stretching out in their second start on the dirt, he's only 1 for 8. But like I said, that's a very small sample, especially for someone like Bill Mott. He is by Byron out of a Holy Bull mare. He should be able to do it. And looking at, I haven't seen him close up in person, but looking at, he looks like a bigger type of horse that should be able to handle the stretch out. They are betting number 2, Full Moon Fever. I know it was a big win last time. It was a 1.8 miles. This horse has been crying out to go 2 turns, in my opinion. Now he cuts back to the 1-turn mile, and he was beating a fairly desperate bunch. But Lafitte, he beat them by 17 3/4 lengths.
That's not exactly eking out a win.
No, and he's run very fast. From his second start on, he's run fast numbers that make him very competitive here. If I'm wrong about the fact that a mile might be a little too short.
See how it unfolds for these New York bred 3-year-olds in the heavy fog. Anthony Stabile standing by with the call. Race 3 live. Aqueduct 9-5 on number 5, Lobster.
Chocolata goes in. Bingo John to follow. Chocolat a bit restless behind the starting gate. He goes in. There's Bingo John. Lobster. And the last to load is Writer's Regret. They're in the gate for the start of today's Empire 6. And they're off. Chocolat appeared to break just a step slowly, but now he's being hustled to the lead under Trevor McCarthy to take command. Lobster on the outside is second. There's Writer's Regret and Horn of Plenty. Then we come back to Bingo John, and Full Moon Fever is allowed to trail the field early. Chocolata is 2 lengths in front of Lobster. They lead them out of the chute and onto the main track with Horn of Plenty at the rail. Writer's Regret on the outside. Then we come back to Bingo John, and Full Moon Fever has been maneuvered off the rail as the field makes their way through an opening quarter in a quick 22-4. They're led by Chocolata and Lobster. These two have a length and a half on Horn of Plenty. Come back to Writer's Regret, who's under a ride. Bingo John's at the rail, and Full Moon Fever still trails. 45-4 for the half. Chocolata and Lobster. They're around the far turn. They've never been more than a length apart as Lobster comes under a ride for Chocolata. Horn of Plenty and Kendrick Carmouche just waiting to roll off the turn. They went 3/4 in a sharp 110-3. Chocolata trying to see it through on the front end. Lobster has been chasing him the whole way. Horn of Plenty's at the inside. They're coming through the lane here. Chocolata trying to take him gate to wire. Lobster, Horn of Plenty, Bingo John from the back. Chocolata and Lobster. Who doesn't like Chocolata and Lobster? These two to the line. Lobster got him. Lobster beat Chocolata on the line. Bingo John reached. Horn of Plenty was there. Final time for the mile was 1:38.2.
Who doesn't like Chocolata and Lobster? Lobster emerging late out of the fog, picking off Chocolata in the third at Aqueduct.
Great call, Mr. Stabile. Given the hand you've been dealt today as Lobster, he was relentless,
Yeah.
Lafitte. I thought Chocolata had re-broke at about the 8th pole, and Lobster stayed clawed to him as he just eventually wore him down. You know, you see him kind of switching back to his inside lead. He was determined in this effort today, and a very nice New York bred, and a good performance by the top 3 finishers in here as number 4, Bingo John, rallying late for the photo for the place honors.
Wrong lead, right result for Lobster, for Gary Siaka. Eric Cancel, the big meet continues for him, chasing Kendrick Carmouche on this closing day in the standings. Results coming up, Aqueduct. Again, jarring when you see how beautiful it is out at Tampa Bay Downs.
Just keep rubbing it in.
For a maiden special weight
Mr.
event coming
California.
up. That's right. If I can get out tonight. If
It's true.
I can get out tonight.
Okay, I do feel for you.
Marching towards the starting gate for this third race at Tampa Bay Downs in a field of 11. Like anybody, a strong opinion going in, Max?
Well, no surprise here. 6-5 on the number 7 in Italian for Chad Brown, a first-time starter that was purchased at the Tats October yearling sale in Book 1, 475,000 guineas. That translates to just over $600,000. The dam was a 2-time winner in Australia. 2 of her 3 foals have been winners, and they're precocious types. Does it scare me? Maybe a touch. She's not debuting till she's a 3-year-old, maybe, but Chad's just so patient with his horses. And she brings some nice workouts coming in here from Payson Park. Not worried that she's showing up in Tampa first time out.
Really good 3-year-old filly race, mile and a 16th on grass in Italian for Peter Brandt. Chad Brown, we check in with Paul on site at Tampa Bay Downs.
Oh, well, luckily for you guys, I'm not going to try to translate this race in Italian because I wasn't listening to my mother and father when I was a younger kid. So, but listen, Maggie hit the nail on the head. When I came to the racetrack today, I really felt the 2 in here. Ernest and Hazel was going to be the horse to beat and probably the favorite in here. And they have pounded the Chad Brown horse since the beginning. He opened up at she opened up at 3-5. Now it's starting to even out a little bit, and I really do think it's a 2-horse race between the 2 and the 7. Now the 11 for Safi Joseph, I thought the race was okay, but I don't know if this horse is going to be hung out wide. You know, I don't like to knock people, but Centeno to me likes to ride a little bit. Doesn't like to save a lot of ground on the turf, so I don't know how much ground the 11's going to save. And then one more point, guys. I was able to talk to Arnel Delacour, and I asked him about the 6, a filly by Empire Maker, and he's like, Paulie, to be honest with you, I was trying to get a long race on the dirt for her. I just wanted to get her to get long, and I think her next race will be on dirt, but we're just going to try the turf today.
It's really important. She's cold on the board. So much about horses debuting in a first career effort has to do with trainer intent.
Right. That is very true. And Arnaud Delacour, though I will say that sometimes his horses necessarily won't take money, but they'll still run well. It's not like he's a trainer that you really pay attention to the board much. As far as pedigree, I get it where he's saying she probably wants to go long on the dirt. She's by Empire Maker, but the dam won on the turf and was graded stakes placed. But everything she's produced has actually been a little bit more professional on dirt. So there you go. I thought interesting pedigree on the one trying the turf for the first time in her third start, number 10 Ballet School by Orb, Dam 2-time turf winner, and the half, who's by Mineshaft, which I actually think Orb might be a little bit better of a turf influence, was a 2-time turf winner as well. So running okay on the dirt. 2/3 so far in her young career. I thought she was a little bit interesting. Picks up Corey Lannery chipping in.
Tough draw towards the outside. Ballet School also, as Paul mentioned, pay attention to Daniel Centena. Fate of Ophelia, what she does from the outside post position, and those familiar two-tone green colors. You're not accustomed to seeing it equipped with a yellow cap. Sammy Camacho, yellow cap on the Peter Brandt two-tone green in Italian. Intriguing, debuting filly by Dabawi, the English filly for trainer Chad Brown. Heavily favored here in the 6th race at Tampa Bay Downs as they file into the gate. 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th. Richard Grunder standing by Mayanga inside, really acting up here. She's a long shot. A lot of inexperienced fillies, and it's not only the young fillies, young horses that act up in the gate. It's how others respond to another horse acting up and having to wait and stand that much longer in the starting gate.
Yeah, it's always a detriment, I think, with a young horse to stand that long being in the one hole. I think that's the biggest problem with the one hole with first-time starters, the amount of time they have to be in there.
Everyone settled. Sweet Mary Lou, they're trying to coax forward. Fate of Ophelia towards the outside, and hopefully they'll remain settled. Moving into the gate for the 6th race, Tampa Bay Downs, Richard Grunder standing by.
Takes her spot, and they're at the post. And they're off and running for the 1 mile and 1/16 distance. Along the rail, Ernestine and Hazel is away early. Moving up on the outside, Toneless now moves up, and there goes Emirates Affair. Moving up now to challenge for the early lead, and far back in the early going is the first-timer, Mayanja. Under the wire for the first time, Toneless running off on the front end and has the lead now by 2.5. Emirates Affair settles in a stride now to be second. Sweet Mary Lou with a ground-saving trip down along the inner rail now to be third. A length and a half farther back to the debuting In Italian in a perfect spot now fourth. To the outside, Fate of Ophelia travels along now fifth. 2.5 lengths farther back, Ernestine and Hazel is along the rail now sixth. To the outside, Ballet School carrying the historic colors of the Kinsman stable. Then it's 5 lengths farther back to Nabrusi. Then it's 2.5 lengths farther back on the outside. Gene B's Legacy at this point, 9th. Then we go back to Take Joy 10th, and the trailer is the debuting Mayanja. That's the 11 of them. As they make their way to the far turn, Tonalisa, and now Gallardo has her settled down on the front end, and she shows the way now by a length and a half. Along the rails, Sweet Mary Lou is there second. Eminence Affair up on the outside is now being asked to pick it up, and now on the move third. From between horses, In Italian also set down for the drive, now racing along fourth. Fate of Ophelia moves up on the outside now to be fifth, and then it's 2 lengths farther back as they turn for home. 3/16 of a mile to run, and it's absolutely wide open, and they fan 3 across the track. Up on the outside is Fate of Ophelia now moving up and going to the lead. In Italian, the favorite gets out and now for racing room and surging late down to the wire. Fate of Ophelia is there. Here comes In Italian on the outside, gaining with every stride, but it's still Fate of Ophelia in front. In Italian on the outside is second. Eminence Affairs settles for third.
E5 Racing's Fate of Ophelia from the outside post, able to hold off the late charge of the debuting filly for Chad Brown, In Italian.
Another progeny of curling getting a win here this weekend, but I think, you know, what was she at post time? Whatever she was at post time, she'll be about half of that, number 7 In Italian. She did not have the greatest of trips, Lafitte. She had trouble. She wanted to lug in a bit. She didn't make it easy on herself or her rider, but she had that learning experience. A lot of the Dubawi's, they can be a little bit coarse. They can be a little bit heavy. They often need some racing to really get fit and to get that mental maturity that they need.
A lot of experience gained in her debut. In Italian coming up short on this afternoon. Fate of Ophelia strikes at Tampa. We're live at Oaklawn for the second race. $20,000 maiden claiming sprint. 3-year-old fillies, 3/4 of a mile. Vic Stauffer with the call. Race 2 live Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Lens Gold and Little Sure Shot, Winning Mandate close up, OK Baby and Millard's Comet at the rail. Then Freedom Bound, and the trailer is ambitiously placed. Winning Mandate, the first-time starter, challenges Lens Gold up the backstretch. Lens ahead in front. Winning Mandate is second by 2 lengths to Little Sure Shot in third. Then it's a gap of 3 lengths further back to the rest of the 4. They are Millard's Comet at the rail, a 4-wide Freedom Bound, OK Baby between those 2, and ambitiously placed. So Winning Mandate is the leader now from Lens Gold. They'll match strides around the far turn. Winning Mandate ahead in front. Lens Gold is second, 3/4 of a length to Little Sure Shot. Then comes Millard's Comet, 4th at the rail and moving up a bit, but still 3 from the lead. Freedom Bound outside of her. Winning Mandate is the leader. Winning Mandate at the top of the stretch. Little Sure Shot has just taken second. Millard's Comet is at the rail in third. Then to the outside and ambitiously placed. Little Sure Shot now to the front. Little Sure Shot in front. Now Millard's Comet is firing through from the inside and ambitiously placed on the outside. And here's Millard's Comet and ambitiously placed. It's down to these 2. Millard's Comet ambitiously placed. Millard's Comet in front, I think. This is very, very close. Millard's Comet, ambitiously placed, got the best of the bob. It's an inch either way. It's a whacker.
It's a whacker?
Comes out with some stuff.
I would have hedged my bets as well. As this,
I don't know.
Look at this. These two in a showdown late, ambitiously placed, and Millard's Comet hitting the wire simultaneously. I'm not taking a stand either.
No, the problem is the camera's behind the wire at Oaklawn, so you're never quite sure where. I would, they always say when in doubt, go out, but I don't know if ambitiously placed ever got there. What do you think?
Outside.
Ooh, that's such a strange angle. I can't. Oh, we're going to catch the low angle now, Lafitte. Not that
Should
helps
this
me.
reveal any more?
I need like 350,000 magnifying glasses to figure out a win photo oftentimes. We got the split screen going on, so.
Awaiting the results.
How long has it
of
been
this
since you've
photo?
seen a heater
It's
for win? I have not seen a heater in recent memory, especially here at the Big A.
Maybe we're due.
Maybe we are due.
Maybe we're due. That was really close.
That was
I
very
thought
close.
Ambitiously placed. Inside Millard's Comet, David Cabrera. Outside ambitiously placed, Kenny Tohill.
Ambitiously placed, turning back, so hence the late rally from well back in here. And Millard's Comet, almost a carbon copy of what she had first time out, going on the rail. And it sounds like number 2, Millard's Comet. She broke her maiden in her second start.
Millard's Comet just revealed the results of that photo, and it was the head bob. Maybe a jump before the wire. It looked like ambitiously placed, put her head down, but the perfect head bob for Millard's Comet. Heartbreaking defeat for Team Ambitiously Placed. David Cabrera, Millard's Comet by a flared nostril in the second at Oaklawn Park. Results from Tampa and much more from Aqueduct as America's Day at the Races continues. Also, look ahead to the Wood Memorial.
What constitutes a great sire? Results.
Never Surprised, looking to go wire to wire here, and Never Surprised has got it won.
Versatility.
'Tis the law, he's left the others behind. 'Tis the law.
A foundation for the future.
Olympic runner for the lead, Venezuelan Hug, wait! Venezuelan Hug! Venezuelan Hug shook free.
Constitution has it all.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to see those fans in the Oaklawn infield, and good to see these exciting races, these exciting finishes, as we just saw at Tampa Bay Downs. Thriller down to the wire, and a couple of fillies to keep our eye on moving forward, Maggie.
Yeah, you 7-5 on In Italian, and she didn't do Sammy Camacho any favors here. She wanted to lug in a bit. They found trouble at the head of the lane. She had an excuse. Fate of Ophelia had that unencumbered trip, a great ride by Daniel Centeno, working out the right kind of trip from the far outside post. But like I said, In Italian, you're going to get 7-5, if not a lot less, in her next
She's going to be just fine moving forward. There was an inquiry, no change. Go back and watch the replay. Yeah, maybe Sweet Mary Lou in some trouble. Rounding the far turn. Fate of Ophelia, as you mentioned, overcoming that outside trip with Daniel Centeno in the 6th race at Tampa Bay Downs. Still have 4 stakes races left. Tampa Bay Downs. And this thriller at Oaklawn Park, just a $20,000 maiden claimer, but an exciting horse race. Pick up the action, top of the stretch. Ambitiously placed, saves ground. Millard's Comet on the outside, and Kenny Tohill ambitiously placed. The ground-saving tactics here making a big difference in the end.
Yeah, Millard's Comet just stayed glued to the rail. It worked out well for David Cabrera, and just, I mean, ambitiously placed, let's face it, ran a winning race, turning back from the mound of 16th to the 6 furlongs today. So a good tactics, I would say, by Chris Hartman in training. But Millard's Comet, she was the favorite. She just got the right trip. It was almost a carbon copy of what the race she ran first time out. She just had the experience and the fitness this time around to see it through.
Big first meet, David Cabrera as well. Oaklawn, a good ground-saving trip, and a exciting finish in that second race at Oaklawn Park. Back to the 3-year-old Derby preps. This time next week, we're going to have a much better feel of what this overall developing picture is going to look like leading up to the Derby. 3 major preps, including the Wood Memorial. Top 2 finishers exiting the Gotham, Weyburn, Crowded Trade, Candyman Rocket, a no-show in the Tampa Bay Derby. And the Withers winner, risk-taking, also Prevalence, Maggie. Another Godolphin 3-year-old prospect already has this following. How good do you think he is?
He has won with the utmost ease in both of his career starts so far for Brendan Walsh. And Brendan didn't throw him to the Wolves, and after winning his debut by 8.5 very much geared down lengths first time out, he gives him this easy race. In this allowance race that we're checking out here, he was 1-9, 1-10 that day, and he's talented. And I like the fact that Tyler had it in his mind that obviously longer distances are going to be in this horse's future. There's pedigree for him to handle it. Obviously, Medaglia d'Oro out of the Ghost Sapper mare enrichment in here. And he looks like a horse that should be able to handle the longer distances. And two, I like the fact that he rated a bit more last time. He showed a little bit more of tractability, but he does have that nice high cruising speed. He's a nice horse, and it's not like he's going to meet the deepest field. There's some talent in this Wood Memorial, but it's not the deepest field. So it's a good spot if they're thinking Derby, which I don't know if they necessarily are. Lafitte, they already have essential quality as this horse owned by Godolphin as well. But it's a good race to figure things out. 7 to the mile and 1/8.
Again, could see a lot of that Godolphin blue in Louisville this spring. Prevalence in the Wood Memorial. And then risk-taking, exiting the Withers, owned by the Clarvidge stable, trained by Chad Brown. What did you make of this particular performance and risk-taking as an individual moving forward?
Risk-taking got the job done here. He is a nice horse. I'm not going to take that away from him. He's been progressively getting faster in his races. It was pretty easy for him, and he is a horse that has always struck me as the longer he gets to go, the better. And as you see here, he's really hitting his best stride, and actually you can see him quicken his stride, even though he goes back to his inside lead. I think that was just being slightly immature, getting out in front and the ears pricking up. So it's easy for him. Distance is his friend. I remember interviewing Chad's assistant here, Dan Stupp, in New York after this win, and that's exactly what he said. This horse just literally wants to run all day.
It was 2017. Chad Brown, Seth Klarman had Cloud Computing run third in the Wood Memorial. He would go on to defeat Classic Empire in the Preakness Stakes. The Wood Memorial Saturday. You like another heading into the Wood?
I am interested in our Gotham winner. That is Wayburn, upset winner. I know, I get it. Maybe, and it was never Jimmy Jerkin's intention to necessarily run in the Gotham sprint race. He had a foot abscess. Next race, the allowance, you know, it didn't go, so everybody went in the Gotham. He looked like a completely different animal, though, from his 2-year-old, physicality to just a couple months later in the Gotham. And I think he is really, a really talented horse that's going to fly under the radar.
You promise we'll have better weather than this next week?
I can't make any promises.
Start
It's New York.
of the Big A Spring. Look at that lineup here and all those stakes races coming up here. From the Big A, from the Distaff Handicap, the Wood, Carter, Bayshore, Gazelle, Excelsior. Have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races. 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners that have raced in the Wood Memorial. We're looking forward to New York's premier Kentucky Derby Prep race next Saturday. Back to the live racing at Tampa. No Derby prospects here. We do have 3-year-olds, Ocala, Breeders' Sale, Sophomore Stakes, Florida Breds, and 7/8 of a mile, purse $110,000 purse. It's beautiful in Oldsmar, Florida. Horses in the paddock. We'll have riders up. Post parade, check in with Paulie before the second of 5 stakes races at Tampa Bay Downs.
Taprit, sold for $1.2 million as a yearling at Saratoga. Taprit's victories include the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes. In his first 2 years at stud, he bred over 240 mares. Now his first weanlings have arrived.
In Show Barn, 100,000.
One of the best bred sons of Sire of Sires Tapit to ever enter stud. Classic winner and stakes record setter Taprit, standing at Gainesway.
Gaining late, boat outside. Guitar Tribute who's storming home.
Mama was raising horses. They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 fourth crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 fourth crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 fourth crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. Get your hands on one of those ball caps. Did we mention Wood Memorial next Saturday? You can play a seat for the 2022 National Handicapping Championship in Vegas, as well as a $10,000 seat in the Belmont Stakes Challenge next weekend and the Wood Memorial Challenge through Naira Bets. The $3,000 buy-in contest offers a revamped prize structure with cash prizes, 2 seats to the 2022 NHC, and a seated $10,000 seat to the Belmont Stakes Challenge. Sign up now at naira.com/challenge. Spring meet next week. Final day of the winter meet unfolding here. 4th race, $20,000 maiden claimer. There's the field updated odds. Orphan Haley, Maggie, the favorite at 2-1.
Yeah, Orphan Haley narrowly defeated last time out. Also coming out of the same race as Kith. Kith did not have the easiest of trips here. He was blind switched. Looked like he was full of horse, Jorge Vargas was. And then he gets blind switched by about 3 horses to his outside. He had to squeeze through a hole there. Then he had to extricate himself from behind Oh You Didn't Know, the eventual winner. And I mean, once he gets clear of the kickback, he actually comes on again, and he's only beaten, a length and 3/4. So I think the first and second place finishers, which Orphan Haley was second, got the jump on him that day. But with a cleaner trip, I do think Kith may have been best.
I did like the way he just barged his way through.
Yeah. It showed some tenacity on his part. Look, he's Kith. This is a maiden 20. He is what he is, but I do think he had a legitimate excuse last time. But to be fair, Orphan Haley has been very consistent at this level, at this distance. So he feels like a little bit more of a more trustworthy proposition.
Eric Cancel looking for back-to-back wins. Struck on Lobster in the third. Exciting finish. Welcome to the Big A indeed. Winding down the winter meet here. A couple of days off, but the racing stays right here. The short, prestigious spring meet to get underway on Thursday. Really looking forward to seeing some grass racing here.
April 2nd, Friday. I'm so excited. I'm just waiting for those tarps to come off. I would think with some clear weather, they're going to do so. I think this week, as the grass has, from the grass on the outside and inside rails, has turned green within the last 10 days.
And you can imagine how many trainers that have these grass horses, and many of them sure in Florida at Gulfstream or Tampa Bay Downs, but waiting for this particular time of year when things change, we move to the spring meet and have a chance to run on grass at Aqueduct.
And I think the horsemen who have been here all winter really get that kind of advantageous spot of being on a pristine turf course, first of all. Two, if they're horses that have been running on the dirt, they're already fit, and they're not shipping. So therefore, you can take advantage as a New York horseman of these early turf races.
Meanwhile, for the fourth race, they are at the gate in this $20,000 maiden claimer, a mile in the slop. Looks like the visibility is getting better.
Yeah, I think Stabile might be
you can stop sweating, Anthony.
Yeah,
Anthony Stabile
no more chiclets,
with
Anthony.
The call with the fourth race live from the Big A.
I can't imagine I'll ever stop sweating, guys, as Kith goes into the starting gate here for race 4. Our lucky man is up next. Another shot. And the last to load is Orphan Haley. They're in the gate. And they're off. Kith shows first from the inside. There's Black and Tan, a gray for Carolyn's there. Outside, Orphan Haley. Then we come to our lucky man. The trailer is another shot. Black and Tan from the inside draw now has the lead. A gray for Carolyn, not far behind in second. Kith, 3 deep in third. Then we come back to our lucky man. Another shots out of last. The trailer is now Orphan Haley, 4.5 lengths from front to back through an opening quarter of 23 and 2. Black and Tan has the lead. Kith, 3/4 of a length back in second, with a gray for Carolyn between horses in third. Orphan Haley's moved to the rail and up into fourth. Then we come back to the duo of our lucky man. And another shot as the field makes their way past the half-mile pole through a 46 and 3/2. They're on the far turn. Kith up alongside Black and Tan. They have a 3-length lead on a gray for Carolyn. Our lucky man swings into action with a 3-wide bid. We come back to Orphan Haley, and the trailer is another shot. They're coming past the quarter pole. Kith, 111 and 4. He took the lead away from Black and Tan and trying to hold off a re-rallying Black and Tan. Outside, our lucky man in with a chance at a big price between horses, a gray for Carolyn. Kith under an Eric Cancel left-handed stick, trying to hold off our lucky man. Kith trying to give Cancel 3 on the day. Our lucky man with upset ideas, but Kith's going to hold him at bay, and Kith wins it by 2. Our lucky man was second, a gray for Carolyn third, a long way back to Black and Tan, who held fourth in a final time for the mile in 1:39 flat.
Big afternoon. Eric Cancel trying to make a run at Kendrick Carmouche on this closing day in the riders' standings. 3 wins, Cancel, and how long have these two been doing it? Mark Keller, Bob Robato, another win here at Aqueduct. Kith breaks through in his 9th career start.
Yeah, of course, his lone loss was aboard my husband's horse, but Really, hey, it's a second. He is making a race of this jockey standings, which I love on closing days of meets. It always makes it exciting to watch the racing. And Kith, much the best here, picks up Bobby Robato's first win of the meet. This horse has been knocking on the door at this level. Had some troubled trips in his last few, but finally breaks through.
Results coming up. Aqueduct, Post Parade, Tampa, and Gatsby's been really acting up. A handful for Paco Lopez here, and Awesome Pudding facing the wrong way.
Hello, it's that way. Turn your face. He's only a second-time starter, Awesome Pudding, so you might explain the greenness there.
Shoe Shine by a former Wood Memorial winner, Gemologist.
Yeah, for Mike Deeney, this horse seems to be better at a little bit more ground. He's going the 7 furlongs here. Might help his chances, though. His wins have come when he's forwardly placed, so hoping that happens.
The favorite, Breeze On by 8-5.
Was running figures as a 2-year-old that would win now as a 3-year-old, but it's a layoff to contend with.
Willie Boy, the Hutchison winner, that's actually two-stepping. Clucky here at 27-1 would be a big surprise.
Yeah, first-time starter in a stakes race.
Debuting Gelding by two-step Salsa. Foreman, a third in the Pasco to Nova Rags, who ran in yesterday's Florida Derby, second in his most recent.
Yeah, to Soup and Sandwich, who was second in the Florida Derby. Let the winner up the rail. It was only a 3-horse affair, but I thought a good effort. If things fall apart in this race, he's picking up the pieces.
Soup and Sandwich, pretty good. Better than advertised, I think.
Yep.
Pirate Parade towards the outside, who graduated in a $16,000 maiden claimer.
I could really use a soup and a sandwich right now, but Pirate Parade, he's going to have to do better. He's going to have to find more. Does get Lasix for this third start.
There's Willie Boy and the Hutchison winner with Corey Lannery in town to ride at 3-1 here.
He's fast.
Quick.
Lafitte, he's very fast. I mean, yes, Breeze on By could give him some company up front, but I thought the Hutchison performance was very impressive. He survived a quick pace stool over that sloppy racetrack where the other 2 horses he was on the front end with, they stopped. It was a really, really good performance and solid in the Hutchison. And, I mean, he's undefeated at sprint distances.
I guess the question would be the distance. It was a diminishing length in 3 parts of a lane in the Hutchison, going 3/4 of a mile. Today going 7 furlongs. Can he carry his speed that far, Willie Boy?
Depends how much pressure he gets. Does Breeze on By give him some company up front? Does Awesome Pudding, who was very quick and alert away from the stalls first time out, does he give him some company? Now, Awesome Pudding, as we saw, acting up a bit on the track. You always wonder when horses shipping in from out of town, are they going to act the same once they get in the gate? He did only beat a mediocre maiden 50 field. So it feels like a 2-horse race with the 7 that could benefit if these 2 horses do hook up.
Check in with Paul LaDuca as we have just about reached post time for this Ocala Breeders' Sale Sophomore Stakes.
Yeah, Lafitte, I thought it was an interesting race. And when you look at these colts, it's a tough situation to look at. When you look at the 4 in here, Breeze on By, listen, he's been off for a long time now, debuts back with Lasix, and he's been bet very, very heavily in his last 4 starts, in his only 4 starts, and going 7 furlongs off this kind of layoff could be very, very difficult. Now, when I look at Willie Boy, I really feel that he's the horse to beat. I just think there's a lot of pace in here, and I think he's able to maybe sit off and be able to pass horses. In my long shot and the horse that I bet, I think the 1 Gatsby could fall in a good trip. If Foreman decides not to take back and actually presses the pace, I think the 1 could be picking up the pieces late here, guys.
Gatsby, Paul. See if he can settle down, really acting up in that post parade. But, yeah, some upside. Paul, I think he has a shot to pull off a minor upset here. Gatsby at 5-1. But let's take a look at Willie Boy in that Hutchison here. Maggie, and you mentioned that Tory speed he displayed en route to a victory at Gulfstream Park.
And like I said, he was battling the whole way. The horses that finished, that were with him on the front end, the 4 was 4-5. He finished his last. The 1 was vying with him from the inside. He just beats the 4 home. So to survive this, to kick away from them, and I know the 7's coming at him late, but he still put separation between him and the 7. He's fast and he can keep it going. Does the 7 furlongs pose a problem to him? Quite possibly. But it as the good Richard Migliore says, as he'll be coming up, I should say the legendary Richard Migliore says, it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast.
How you're going fast. Do you think he's quick enough to build that same kind of cushion.
I don't think he's going to be able to build that cushion because I do think Breeze on By is fast. He's coming in here fresh. There's also some other, maybe not as talented speed types in here.
Who'd you wind up with?
I think Willie Boy's best.
Willie Boy, the Hutchinson winner, into 5-2. Corey Lanerie.
Actually, you know what? Oh, I'm hedging here. I'm going 5-7.
You have them until they break. You have
5-7.
all the time in the world.
Yeah,
5-7.
5-7.
Willie
Exact
Boy,
box.
Foreman, as they have reached the gate, moving into line. Breeze on By the favorite for this Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. Richard Grunder with a load and call live from Tampa Bay Downs.
Two-stepping Kluke, fractious behind the gate. Shoeshine takes his spot. And from the outside, Pirate Parade will complete the lineup. He's in, and they're at the post. And they're off. And running to a level beginning. Willie Boy is away alertly. Breeze on By. Moves up toward the rail. From the outside is Pirate Parade. And now the early trailer is Two-Steppin' Kluke. They move out of the long 7-furlong shooter and hook up at the main track. Willie Boy has the lead. Foreman right there to challenge second. Pirate Parade on the outside is now third. Awesome Pudding attacks toward the rail. Breeze on By is right there with the top flight. Shoeshine on the outside, a very compact field. 1 length farther back to Gatsby in the trailer is Two-Steppin' Kluke. They leave the half-mile marker, and Willie Boy, Corey Lanerie, has him relaxed and on the lead now, 3/4 of a length. Then Foreman on the outside, and now Centeno gets busy on him, and he draws alongside now to challenge. Awesome Pudding is there toward the rail third. Shoeshine is under an all-out ride to the outside fourth. Gatsby and Paco Lopez has him running, and he'll need racing room with 1/4 of a mile to run. Willie Boy, and now Lanerie gets busy. Willie Boy has the lead, and Foreman is up to challenge on the outside. Awesome Pudding is there toward the rail, and Shoeshine is fourth as they straighten away. Willie Boy responds, and now has the lead. He's in the clear and strictly the one to catch. Foreman in a game effort is still second. He's re-engaging again. The only one with a chance. It's Willie Boy, and Foreman is right back at him on the outside. Here comes Foreman, and he gets up to take it in the shadow of the wire from Willie Boy. Shoeshine was a distant third, and running time on the board, 1:23.38.
Did you box it, Maggie?
Yeah.
Did you box it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Achilles heel of Willie Boy is anything beyond 6 furlongs. He ran well. It looked like he put Foreman away, who was relentless with Daniel Centeno aboard. And because Foreman was turning back, he had that bottom in him, and he just gets up to win by half a length. These two were much the best, though.
Well clear. And as you meant, looked like Willie Boy was home. It was tiring late, and Foreman kept grinding away. A second stakes win on the afternoon for Daniel Centeno, and able to blow by in the end and actually win rather comfortably in the end.
Yeah, he didn't have to get after him after all when he had Willie Boy beat. But a disappointing comeback for number 4, Breeze on By, who was up close maybe for 1/8 of a mile and then just really backtracked through the field when they came around the turn. So unfortunately, not a good effort from him, as I believe he was your post-time favorite.
And for Foreman, you saw fired up Daniel Centeno, 2 stakes wins in that tangling with some pretty good 3-year-olds in Nova Rag, Soup, and Sandwich. Foreman in the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. Back to Oaklawn. $10,000 claiming event here. Scratch number 2, Lucky Every Day. Tap along favorite at 5-2, field of 9.
Look, Tap Along with the other speed scratching in here just could lead them on a merry chase, so to speak, but is 1 for 10. I mean, there have been worse records in racing at 2-1. As Francisco Arrieta is looking for his second win on the card. Honestly, Lafitte, I thought maybe the 9 in here was the biggest threat, possibly, coming off of a much the best effort off that long layoff to break his maiden, or her maiden, excuse me, off that long layoff, second time out, kind of hopped up at the break, just spotted the field a couple lengths, then just worked her way through the field with Kenny Tohill aboard and was just best, beating the 2-5 favorite, Chewy Good that day. So, who had a perfect trip. So maybe she's a little bit better than the quality of horses that she faced in that comeback race, but Tap Along, I would think, is at a tactical advantage.
And I think that, but you can't fault Ike Likes for what she has not done.
Right.
Where Tap Along, again, 1-4-10. They're all one for something. Non-winners to lifetime. Ike Likes has only had the two career starts, so hasn't piled up all of those losses. And I always think that's important to look at in these restricted, especially the lower level claiming races.
They're just that much more attractive horses. There's not as many things to disappoint you about them. I thought number 5, Dixieland Dream, was the other interesting horse, merry-go-round race. She was wide the whole way, lost a lot of ground.
Dixieland Dream with Elvin Gonzalez filing into the gate for this third race at Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer standing by with the call, race 3, live.
They're at the post. They're off. Tap Along wins the break, goes to the front from Thelma and Annie, and these two are quick. Dixieland Dream and Whoville make it 4 across the track. Then comes Ike Likes and Bluebird Day. Collude was awkward leaving. Then comes She's My Ride, and the trailer is She's Happy. It is Tap Along just in front from Thelma and Annie and a 3-wide Dixieland Dream. These three have now sprinted a length and a quarter in front of Whoville. Ike Likes will be 5 wide leaving the back stretch. She's now 3.5 from the front, 2 back to Bluebird Day next. Then comes Collude. She Is Happy is out of last place, but she's still 12 lengths behind, and She's My Ride is the trailer, and Tap Along and Dixieland Dream get away at the top of the stretch. It is Tap Along, a half length in front of Dixieland Dream in second. These two have sprinted 5 lengths clear from Collude and Ike Likes. Tap Along turns for home and now opens up. It is Tap Along with a 3-length lead on Dixieland Dream in second. Collude moves through at the rail. Then comes Whoville and Ike Likes, but Tap Along is far in front, and she's got it. Tap Along is now 6 or 7 in front. Collude and Dixieland Dream second and third. It is Tap Along. Tap Along won big. 7 lengths. Collude second. Dixieland Dream third. Whoville finished 4th.
So much for all the losses. The ugly record doesn't make a difference on this afternoon. Tap Along, much the best in the third at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, shipping back over from Illinois at Fauner Park, actually, as she last race, narrowly defeating at Hawthorne. But wow, there was nobody else in this field. She was just so far the best in here, and that speed, and with Lucky Every Day scratching, it just really helped her cause Lafitte.
She's just been better lately. She just missed by a nose in her last start. She's won 2 of her last 4. Race that looked competitive on paper. Easy win. Tap Along in this third at Oaklawn Park. Maggie, you're headed down to the paddock, so you do get to brave the elements.
I always do. I got my hat, my jacket. I'm always well prepared, Lafitte, don't you worry. But it's been an absolute pleasure being up here with you. Don't get to do this
have
often.
you. Not too often. Great having Maggie on the set. She'll be in the paddock. I'll be joined by Richard Migliori in just a moment as our coverage continues on America's Day at the Races, and a recap of not only Derby preps, Oaks preps. How about Crazy Beautiful for Kenny McPeak? Big win from far back in the Gulfstream Park Oaks.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
And Dipping In will steal this one. Can you see it? Dipping In on top by length. Fastest in Queen Nakia. Here's the finish. Gibberish wins the treasure chest.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sir Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir Martin.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Five, 4, 3, 2, no.
JK, what's up, man?
You want to? Hi. Hi, Lafitte.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Gloomy Aqueduct. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, as I am joined by Aqueduct's all-time leading jockey, former champion jockey Richie Migliore. Richie, you won how many riding titles here?
12 riding titles here.
You won 12, because this is really getting exciting here at Aqueduct.
Yeah.
Kendrick Carmouche nursing a one-win lead on Eric Cancel. Closing day, Cancel, who's already won 3 on the afternoon.
It's always exciting when it comes down to crunch time. It looked like that Kendrick might have had it kind of wrapped up, but Eric Cancel's been riding terrific. Great job by his agent, PJ Campo. And it's been a relentless run, and it's always exciting for everybody else watching it, but when you're involved in it, it's gut-wrenching.
And he's riding the favorite here, is Eric Cancel, on City Temper. City Temper strikes, and we have a tie with just a handful of races to go on closing day.
One year, it was me and Robbie Davis coming down to the very last race, and I beat him in the stake, and I was leading rider. One other time, we tied with him winning the last race after I won one earlier today. So it's always, like I said, it's anxiety-filled. You want it. When you're that close, I never went into a meet thinking I'm going to be leading rider, but when you're that close, you really want it.
One win separating Kendrick Carmouche and Eric Cancel. Cancel on the favorite, City Temper next at Aqueduct. Meantime, we're seeing these stakes races at Tampa Bay Downs. Daniel Centeno having a big afternoon as the Hutchinson winner comes back at Tampa Bay Downs. And in front, turning for home. However, Centeno on the outside and Foreman have other ideas, running down Willie Boy here, Mig.
And it looked like Willie Boy was on his way to victory, and did he just kind of hit the wall the last 70 yards, or did this horse keep finding? He found another gear. Certainly an exciting finish. Daniel Centeno is one of those guys, gives the impression he could do well wherever he went.
Really good rider. We'll hear from him shortly. Centeno's 2 stakes wins on the afternoon. Foreman in the Ocala Breeders' Sale Sophomore Stakes. Daniel Centeno winning rider with Paula Duca at Tampa.
With winning jockey here, Daniel Centeno of the Ocala Breeders' Sale Sophomore Stakes. And Daniel, you were telling me this is a horse that just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, he brought the maiden from Clemming, and the last 2 races he's running again 9 horses like Robin Rag and Subin Sandu. He run big yesterday in the Florida Derby, and I called Jerry after the Florida Derby yesterday. We had a good chat tomorrow. The 5 horse looked like the horse to be, and he did it today. He ran handsome.
So when he dropped for $25,000, you gave him the confidence, you think?
Well, the day he won, he was a monster in the race. He looked nice horse, and I told Jerry he can be nice horse. So you see the last 2 races, and he getting more mature and getting better and better every race.
Did you think you had the 5 in mid-stretch? Because like it would look like the 5 was grinding away, but you kept on coming and coming.
I told him the turn. I was right next to him, and I got it. And then we tuned him for home, and he horse with the lead and up. And I'm like, well, we got it right for second. So I don't know. He got a little bit a break on the last 16, and he got kind of a little stopper, so make it good. My heart riding big today.
For a lot of people don't know, probably the most dangerous combination here for the last lot of years are you and Gerald Bennett, and Gerald does an unbelievable job.
Yeah, he's doing great with the horse. Really good horseman, really good nice guy, and he take care really good his horses.
Congratulations,
Thank you very much.
You bet.
And you mentioned the versatility. He won a race earlier, a 2-turn grass race from the 11 post, and there, relentless in a dirt sprint, able to run down the leader in a stakes race.
Yeah, and he rides the Mid-Atlantic during the summer. I got to know him a little bit, and he's got a very professional approach. And I like when I know riders prepare properly, and that's what he does.
Daniel Centeno, solid afternoon thus far at Tampa Bay Downs. Much more from Tampa, 3 more stakes races. And yesterday, a big day at another racetrack in Florida, Gulfstream Park. Their marquee day of racing on the undercard of the Florida Derby, the Gulfstream Park Oaks. Crazy beautiful from the start for trainer Kenny McPeek. Breaks the gray filly, and she's going to lag well off the pace and let things materialize out in front of her.
And that's something we saw more of at Gulfstream yesterday than normal, where horses were rallying from off the pace and being very effective doing it. And Crazy Beautiful Jose Ortiz, very confident, just kind of sat on her, allowed her to find her rhythm. Big gray daughter of Liam's Map. Certainly the pedigree says she'll go long. And I thought she was extremely professional in the way she did this. Took that kickback, came out around horses, and finished with authority. Makes you feel like the 1 1/8 of the Kentucky Oaks should be no issue whatsoever.
For McPeek, won this race last year. Swiss Skydiver, eventual Preakness winner, 3-year-old filly champion. She just missed in the Kentucky Oaks. McPeek has won so many big races with 3-year-old fillies, but never a Kentucky Oaks. He made just denied last year, Swiss Skydiver. How do you think Crazy Beautiful would stack up against some of the best 3-year-old fillies in the country?
Well, I think it's a good group in general, but I really like what I saw from her, and the fact that she finished with the authority she finished with leads you to believe that the 1 1/8 in the Kentucky Oaks is going to fit well, and I think that's the dividing line. When you get to 9 furlongs with 3-year-old horses this time of the year, obviously with the Colts it's 10 furlongs, that's when you kind of see who really has the stamina, and she certainly is stamina-based.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the farther the better. It feels like for Crazy Beautiful moving forward. Big win coming off the Gulfstream Park Oaks. Look forward to seeing her in the Kentucky Oaks, most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in North America. In April this year, April 30th, Kentucky Oaks. Here at Aqueduct, the story is a chase for a riding title. Eric Cancel came into today's action 4 shy of Kendrick Carmusa leader. He's won 3. And now on the favorite, City Temper. We'll see him in the post parade, $14,000 claiming event here, 6 furlong sprint, starting with Appletini, drawn inside with Mike Lezzi.
Coming off a couple of runner-up finishes, does sport a win in off-going. It's going to have to get a little bit faster, though.
Non-winners, 3 lifetime fillies and mares. There's Evans Nice Now at 21-1.
Yeah, Evans Nice Now, a big long shot now, but a horse that does have 2 wins in wet going.
Any Day's a Day, 13-1, her 5th race this year, and by a former Travers winner, Alpha.
She's been very busy, and she's the one horse in this race that does not sport a win in off-going.
Mebs Webb, contender.
Definitely a contender. Dropped slightly in class, coming off of a win.
Eric Cancel, City Temper, 8-5.
Really drops in class for Jorge Abreu, and she looks like she's going to be pretty formidable. Has speed, but is versatile.
You saw left-leaning Lucy. I was a fan of her sire, the Lumber Guy, and then the outside Gentle Annie. 0-for-6 on wet tracks. Trevor McCarthy takes over.
Gary Siaka, the trainer, had a winner earlier in the day with Lobster, who clawed his way to victory. And Gentle Annie, outside post, I think always an advantage in off-going.
Wet track here at Aqueduct, winding things down, closing day of the winter meet, and we welcome in the 2015 National Handicapping Championship Tour winner, Jonathan Kinchin from Austin. Jonathan, late pick 4. How are we feeling about this going in?
See, Lafitte, we've talked about this before. People always ask me, well, how do you feel about this? I always feel good. Until it's over and it's not good, I always feel great. It's the best bet I've ever made in my entire life every time I make it. So hopefully this one's the same way. We're going to get started here in the pick 4. I'm going to go 3 by 3 by single by 3. I'm going to go 3, 4, 6 to get started. Any Day Is Her Day was wide last time. I think we'll enjoy a better trip this time. Mebs Webbs, City Temper. Going on to the second leg, I'm going to go 4, 5, 6. Ivitsu, concerned maybe this is a turf horse, maybe trying to get ready for turf racing, but still has a little bit of an edge in class. Make Mischief, Ice Princess, I don't necessarily trust, but you have to use the 5 Bankit, ice cold single. I do think that Bankit's a little bit against it from a pace standpoint, but I feel like they're going to invite Bankit into the race, and Bankit's just faster than these other horses. And then to wrap it up, I'm going to use the 1, 3, and 5 Unrelenting Force, Yankee Empire, and Allied Invasion. So starting right now, best bet I've ever made. Ask me in about 4 races.
JK, like your shirt goes perfect. Perfect on this kind of day here at Aqueduct. B, there are different levels of confidence. You can be that much more confident going into a particular wager or in this particular sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, I think I joke, but I think a lot of my confidence comes with stakes races because I know the horses, I know their stories, I know where they broke their maiden. I just remember everything about them. These claiming races are much more difficult because you're trying to understand intent. You're trying to understand why this horse shows up here. You don't have those questions when it comes to stakes races.
This restricted claimer, Jonathan, thanks so much. Best of luck. You see from that, again, the shirt matching the atmosphere perfectly today here at Aqueduct, where the rain has been falling and all of the fog we've been dealing with. But beautiful racing at Aqueduct and the weather at Tampa Bay Downs as well. And it's exciting Sunday and closing day of the winter meet at Aqueduct.
I tell you, JK, though, he might be peaking early. I mean, he's got to save some of those really good shirts for Saratoga.
He has 40 great shirts for Saratoga.
Okay.
Now companies, sponsoring him, throwing everything they can if they want to see their shirt.
I
on
love
one of these
it.
shows at Saratoga.
40 racing days in Saratoga, 40 different shirts.
Well, you will not see the same shirt twice. You will not see the same.
It's because you don't want to pay
shirt
the
twice.
dry cleaning bills in Saratoga.
What's with that?
Oh, man, they got us over a barrel.
Out of control at the gate here for the 5th race, Aqueduct. Final thoughts, Richie, is Eric Cancel on City Temper, who's still the favorite. Victory here, and we have ourselves a tie atop the jockey standings.
Yeah, like I said, I know the anxiety these guys are going through. You want it. You're right there. You don't want to let it get away from you. You never know how many of those opportunities you get, but this filly looks extremely live here, taking that drop in class.
There he is, Eric Cancel on City Temper, looking for a 4th win this afternoon. $14,000 claimers going 6 furlongs in that low visibility. As Maggie and I were discussing at the top of the show, you've actually been in these types of situations where, as tough as the visibility is for Anthony Stabile calling, us and the viewers watching the races, not that quite as bad for the riders.
No, the riders can see very clearly around them and probably for a good 30, 40 feet at least. And I used to like it because you could always get away with just a little bit more.
And clearing up a little bit. It's a little bit better than it was, right? Anthony Stabile standing by with the call. Live, race 5, Aqueduct.
Last one to load is Gentle Annie, who's currently turned the wrong way. There we go. Gentle Annie's in, and we're all set for a start. And they're off. Gentle Annie, last in, first out. There's City Temper between horses. Apple Teeny along the inside. Evans Nice Now's there. Any Day Is Her Day. The 5 of them mixing it up. And Any Day Is Her Day had a steady out of there a little bit. Left-leaning Lucy has just 1 beat, and that's Mebs Webb. Apple Teeny protects the rail and is a half length in front of Evans Nice Now, who battles on between horses. The favorite, City Tempers, 3 wide and third. Another quick first quarter here, 22-2. There's a 7 or 8 length gap. Back to Any Day Is Her Day. Left-leaning Lucy's moved up. Gentle Annie back pedals. Mebs Webb's out of last. Fields midway on the turn. And City Temper takes the lead away from Evans Nice Now and Apple Teeny. 45-4 for the half. Left-leaning Lucy. There's Any Day Is Her Day now, commencing a rally. City Temper takes them past the 8th pole, trying to give Eric Cancel 4 on the day. City Temper has opened up a 3.5 length lead. City Temper, left-leaning Lucy from a long way, Mebs Webb, and all the rest. It's all City Temper. That's 4. She won it by 6. Left-leaning Lucy finished second. Photo for third. Final time for the 6 furlongs was 1:12.3.
Kendrick Carmouche has to be watching this. Like, is this really happening? Is this really happening? 4 wins on the afternoon. Eric Cancel, City Temper, and we have a tie atop the rider standings here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and talk about hearing footsteps. You know he's coming. And there's always something more nerve-wracking about being the guy who has the lead and someone's gaining on you. It seems like you have more pressure on you. But they both have mounts in every single one of the remaining races. And Kendrick comes back with the favorite in the next race with Ice Princess. So he has a chance. He's taking some blows now, but he has a chance to fight his way out of the corner.
It's like watching a football team's 28-point lead evaporate in the fourth quarter. We have a tie with a handful of races left at Aqueduct. Much more on the chase for a riding title. Meantime, back at Tampa Bay Downs, post-spread for the 8th, this Grey Goose Turf Classic Stakes. There's the favorite, Sham Rocket.
Sham Rocket making a nice appearance on the track, but is making a big turn back in distance from the 1.5 miles.
Me and Mr. C, speaking of hot riders, Daniel Centeno seeking a 3rd win.
Yeah, a horse that's a little bit more tactical and has been very successful at Tampa Bay Downs.
Winter's Wonder, long shot, winless in 5 tries on this turf course.
Yeah, would have to find a race that I've never seen him run before to be anywhere close to being competitive here.
J.P. Hellish, most effective when he's closer to the pace in the mix?
Well, it's going to be his strength here because I don't see a tremendous amount of pace in this race, and that's the only way he can win it is if they allowed him to steal it.
That gelding comes from off the pace, a second mate, and Paco Lopez aboard.
Yeah, horses show a little bit more speed from Paco. So I would think this horse is going to be a little bit closer than normal. Paco's kind of a free-running rider, throws the reins at him, allows him to run freely.
He is a free-running rider. Paco Lopez on second mate. Fun day of racing at Tampa Bay Downs in these stakes races, these Florida breds, the Grey Goose Turf Classic Stakes, Paul, as they march towards the starting gate. Is Sham Rocket trustworthy for 6-time Florida Derby winning trainer Todd Pletcher?
You know, it's very interesting that you say that, Lafitte, because, like, when you look at the numbers on the horse, he's the horse to beat. Now, is this a distance that where he's cutting back from 1.5 miles to 1.1 miles? Will that help his kick? I think most certainly. But when you look at the one horse in here, Over the Channel was only about a length behind him a couple races back. When you look at the 1, 2, and 6, you see a common opponent in Venezuelan Hug, and they've all been pretty close to him as well. But it seems like Shamrock is the one that's sort of gotten closest enough to him or have gotten the best of the other 2 horses. I do think the 1 will run a little better. But the interesting horse to me is Me and Mr. C. Here's a horse that's won 2 races in a row here at Tampa with Hector Diaz, Antonio Gallardo, and he's also won a race with Sammy Camacho. All 3 of those guys are on the grounds today, and who does he get? The hottest rider today, Daniel Centeno.
Centeno, who you just spoke with moments ago here. The 2 wins thus far, the stakes win, trying for a second MIG Grey Goose Turf Classic Stakes. If Me and Mr. C are going to be, if he's going to be effective and take down a 3rd straight win, he's been in his zone lately. Where does Centeno need to place him early on?
I think he needs to be right up in behind the pace because I don't see a lot of pace, and I don't think he can expect to outkick Sham Rocket. Sham Rocket coming out of the 1.5 miles might be a little bit slower earlier. So at some point, you want to get the jump on him. You don't want to allow him first run on you. I try to get forward position, up in the pocket, save ground, but be close, and at some point try to put some separation between me and Sham Rocket.
Just to play devil's advocate, if you take a closer and have him closer to the pace, are you not risking sort of negating or neutralizing that horse's best weapon, which is to come from that far back with 1 run?
Well, it is a balancing act, but in a race that I don't see a tremendous amount of speed in, I think he can assume that kind of position without having to make too much use of his horse. Now, that being said, I always label closers in different ways. Some are mid-division closers, some are deep closers. I think this is more of a mid-division closer, and I do think tactically he can be closer than Sham Rocket.
And Paul, we'll keep an eye where Centeno, we'll keep Me and Mr. C if he's a little bit closer to the pace here for this Grey Goose Turf Classic.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the 5 J.P. Hellish, a cheaper type of horse, maybe speed-wise, but I think that's the horse that goes to the front. And Paco has ridden him before, and I'm in agreement with Richie. I think he's going to try to lay right off the 5 here and slow this pace down with second mate and maybe back those other horses down. I think that's the way the 6 wins this race, guys.
Second mate, Paul, with Paco Gonzalez, the last to move into line. See how it all unfolds as Grey Goose Turf Classic Stakes from Tampa. Richard Grunder standing by.
And they're off and running in the 18th renewal of the Grey Goose Turf Classic at 1 1/8. From the outside, J.P. Hellish is away sharply and right to the early lead. Second mate comes away up on the outside, now to challenge second. Along the rail is Over the Channel, and Shamrocket, the favorite, trails the field. Under the wire for the first time, a compact field. J.P. Hellish in hand and on the lead, now by a length and a half. Second mate gets over nicely to the two-path, and now is a stalking second. Over the Channel, the gray horse is along the rail now third. Alongside him is Winter's Wonder in the two-path with clear racing room now fourth. Then it's a length farther back to the favorite. Shamrocket is covered up nicely now fifth. And up on the outside, Me and Mr. C, but only 6 lengths from front to back as they settle for their journey up the backstretch. J.P. Hellish at a price has the lead now by 2.5. Second mate continues to stalk second. Winter's Wonder on the outside third. Over the Channel, inching up a closer fourth. Shamrocket is right there from between horses fifth, and J.P. Hellish is the trailer. It's still only 4 lengths from front to back as they leave the half-mile marker. J.P. Hellish the leader. Second mate is now being knuckled on second. From the outside, Winter's Wonder was there third. Over the Channel under an all-out ride toward the rail. Now racing along fourth. Shamrocket is still covered up. Zayas has a lot of horse, and he's looking for a way through. But meanwhile, up front, J.P. Hellish has the lead. Second mate tips to the outside and runs at the leader second. Shamrocket is still trying to get out. Inside the final furlong is still absolutely wide open. J.P. Hellish, and here comes Shamrocket, finding a hole. And up on the outside, Me and Mr. C were 4 across the track. Me and Mr. C on the outside will get up to take it in the shadow of the wire. From Shamrocket, and another photo for third. And the running time on the board, 1:48.55.
It's why we love turf racing. So exciting. Look at this finish. And in the end, Daniel Centeno with a third victory on the afternoon. Me and Mr. C finds his best stride to take down this Grey Goose Turf Classic Stakes.
Well, I thought Me and Mr. C had a good chance to upset the two Shamrocket, but he did it completely opposite of the way I thought he would do it. He actually just outfooted him the last eighth of a mile. Shamrocket had to wait for room, but he found it with plenty of time and had his opportunity. He got the spread. Turf racing is brilliant. At the 8th pole, 5 horses in the frame from a 6-horse field.
No excuses. Shamrocket just outfinished to the wire.
Got out kicked, got to save ground, found the gap in between horses, and Me and Mr. C down the middle of the track and got him.
He got Centeno'd. Mike Maker, Me and Mr. C. Results coming up Tampa, Oaklawn meantime. Field and updated odds with Stone Secret, the 8-5 favorite, $10,000 maiden claimers, 3/4 of a mile. Dash, Jonathan, I understand you smell upset here?
Oh, well, sometimes. We'll see what happens. I like the 2 here. I think the 2's interesting at a price. This horse can win. There's if you look at the race 2 back, it absolutely makes sense. But I think this is also a horse that you can use to kind of spice up your exotic bets, your exactas, your trifectas, superfectas. If you look at the race 2 back for Jerry Hollendorf, this horse ran extremely well that day, got a nice speed figure, and then came back and ran absolutely horrible. Now they drop in for 10. You can have 2 schools of thought here, that the horse is maybe not wanting to win anymore, and doesn't matter how far they drop, that the horse isn't going to win, or that Jerry Hollendorf is a little bit cagey, and he knows that off of that bad performance, people are going to be a little bit leery to pull that $10,000 trigger to buy this horse in this claiming race, and that's what I think is happening. I think that people will be turned off by that last performance. They can hopefully sneak in the win, get the purse money, and keep the horse. That's my prediction, and at 8-1, I'm willing to figure that out. At 4-5, I wouldn't be willing to play that game.
Class drops aren't necessarily class drops, Jonathan. When you're handicapping the trainers, the statistics aside, how important is it just knowing the trainer specifically and intent when it comes to playing the claiming game, which for viewers watching newer to the sport, and understanding that for trainers, a lot of it is, there are similarities to a poker game, the claiming game in thoroughbred racing.
It's a game of bluffs and calls. Sometimes people are dropping horses and you claim them and they do no good for you. Or sometimes they'll drop a horse, the horse will win by 10, you pick them up and have a great long run with them. It's all about understanding, like you said, the trainer, the intent. But even go a step further, a lot of times in certain circuits, you can play that game with the owners as well. M&M Racing, a group that does really well at Oaklawn Park, when they drop horses aggressively like that, they're dropping to win. They want to win races. They want to win the owner's title. So you can play that game accordingly. There's other people that you can't play that game with. So, yeah, it's really a big part of it, more than it is the speed figures. Pace makes the race. Designing races, jockeys, rides, trips, all those things are important, but I think it's important to take into account in these claiming races, what is the intent? And it's to my point earlier, in the Breeders' Cup, in Grade 1 races like the Wood Memorial we'll see next weekend here on Fox, I don't have to think about that. I know what's happening. These owners and trainers want to win that race, and they want to get into the Kentucky Derby. There's no other questions about intent. That is the intent, and it's very clear, and it's a lot easier to handicap when you know that.
Just different. Assessing and handicapping, graded stakes races, and as you mentioned, like 3-year-old Derby preps moving forward. But the claiming game, Richie, and I guess on these circuits with the familiarity, watching the trainers interact with one another and that poker game and claiming horses at one another, that in itself can be just as intriguing as the race itself.
Well, absolutely, and it's like you're saying, it's a poker game. Sometimes you're representing your hand is strong when it's weak, and conversely the other way. Claiming races were instituted to give horses, lower level horses, lesser quality horses, an opportunity to win. So in essence, if a guy has a horse that's worth $100,000 and he runs him for $20,000, he's going to win the purse, but he's also going to lose the horse. So it's a way of the game policing itself, keeping the better horses in line in the company they belong, and the less expensive horses an opportunity to be competitive.
So we're Super Wise, who Jonathan mentioned, with a $30,000 maiden claimer in his last race. Now, cheapest he's ever run for, $10,000 for Jerry Hollendorfer, a Hall of Famer. Not the big numbers, big stats you're accustomed to this meet at Oaklawn. Maybe Super Wise live at a price as they move into the starting gate for this fourth at Oaklawn Park, 3/4 of a mile sprint. Vic Stauffer with the call, fourth live from Oaklawn.
Guilford, Stone Secret. 2 more, Little Chief and Fun and Funny. They're at the post. Stone Secret, restless. Rocco Bowen is off of Stone Secret. He's back aboard. Tied on. They're set. They're off. Fun and Funny and Axis break well. Confess between horses. Beggar Thy Star is close up. Stone Secret and Moral Standard also in the mix, along with Ace Guilford and Naveen. And at the back of the pack, it's Little Chief. It is Confess up the backstretch from Fun and Funny and a 3-wide Stone Secret. Confess a length and a quarter in front. Fun and Funny is second. Stone Secret is between horses and trying to move up in third, with Axis fourth at the rail. Then comes the Super Wise and Moral Standard. They've got about 5 lengths to make up. A length in front of Little Chief and Ace Guilford. 4 back to Naveen. Beggar Thy Star is the trailer, and Fun and Funny is the new leader. Fun and Funny at the quarter pole and neck in front of Confess in second. Stone Secret is pretty much all in at this point, and he's still 3 lengths behind with Moral Standard outside of him. Fun and Funny is the one to catch. Fun and Funny a half length in front of Confess in second. Then to the outside and Little Chief. He's just taken third. Not today for Stone Secret. Fun and Funny a final 16th to get. Confess battles on. Ace Guilford from the back of the pack up into third. Fun and Funny. Ace Guilford might get second, but Fun and Funny is clear. Fun and Funny. Fun and Funny beat Ace Guilford. Confess third, Superwise fourth.
Fun and Funny graduates first career win in his 9th career start in his 4th race at Oaklawn.
And this was definitely the strongest race to date. Well, going back to when he ran well on turf a long time ago. I think this is a function of the outside post. He just got very comfortable outside. He got in a good rhythm. And sometimes that's all a horse needs, an opportunity to get in a good rhythm, get balanced, get good air. And he was best today.
That's a winning bid. To your point, drew the rail in his last start. The comment lacked winning bid. Fun and Funny, who just hadn't been that competitive or close in any of his races today. Like a different gelding and strikes. Not quite sure where the price at post time. We'll have those results when we come back. Fun and Funny in the 4th and a gorgeous day in Hot Springs.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words. Breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
The more they run, the more they win. The Run Happy Rally continues in 2021 with winners from Santa Anita to Churchill to Aqueduct.
But no problem at the end of the mile. Breaks his maiden here. Nikki the Vest won by 3.5 lengths.
And she's well in front. Joyful Cadence canters home.
It's all Drive Happy. Extending that stride, it's going to be Drive Happy.
Price for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Make sure and visit americasbestracing.net today. Live look, Tampa Bay Downs. We just saw the Grey Goose Turf Classic Stakes, and in a wild finish. Again, the excitement of turf racing. 5 horses with a shot inside the 16th pole. In the end, it's me and Mr. C in a 3rd win, 2nd stakes win for jockey Daniel Centeno.
Yeah, this horse is just reaching for ground. Look at the extension on his stride. He wanted it. No, I give no excuses to Shamrocket. He had plenty of time, especially in turf racing when he got the gap to accelerate with him. He just got outkicked by me and Mr. C, who paid $660 as your second choice.
Centeno riding a horse that's 15-1 on the morning line in the next race. If you think this trend continues, me and Mr. C in the Grey Goose Turf Classic Stakes, taking home the winner's share of that $110,000 purse. Much more from Tampa. Here at Oaklawn, and not a stakes race, just a $10,000 maiden claimer. Graduation day for this 4-year-old gelding. Fun and Funny. Not close. Just not that competitive in recent races. Here, puts it all together and makes it look easy.
Horse that just looked like he just got very comfortable being outside. Some horses just don't like running inside or in behind horses. He got in a good rhythm and relentless. And
see, we couldn't see the price. It was 5-1 on the morning line. 5-1 on the morning line. 55.80.
55.80. Fun and funny. That's a perfect world. When it's fun and funny.
A perfect world. It's been fun and funny for Daniel Centeno at Tampa and Eric Cancel here at Aqueduct. In case you're just joining us, Cancel has won 4 races. He has tied Kendrick Carmouche in the jockey standings, a lead that he had built to about 12 wins at one point. Kendrick Carmouche tied going into the last few races, Richie. Where's your money? Who winds up the Winter Aqueduct champion jockey?
I'm going to give the nod to Kendrick. I think Kendrick comes back and wins race 6 with Ice Princess. I think that Eric's better mounted with my boy Tate, but I have his questions about getting a mile. And in the last race, Kendrick is better mounted on Yankee Empire. But to think Kendrick's ridden over 320 races at this meet, Eric over 350 races, and it comes down to the final 3 races.
So exciting. So exciting. The chase for a jockey championship here at Aqueduct. There is Kendrick Carmouche and Ice Princess. I'm going to have to watch as a spectator. I'm stepping aside. Greg Wolf jumping in the cockpit. Mig stand right there as coverage continues on America's Day at the Races from Aqueduct.
I think that Collected has all the ingredients to be a phenomenal stallion.
Collected travelling by far the better. Accelerate only plodding home, but Collected giving his rivals an absolute drubbing in the Precisionist.
Arrogate now is plugging away on the outside, but Collected won the Pacific Classic.
We have a couple of phenomenal yearlings by him. He's got pedigree, he had the race record, he has the looks. I think that's a great recipe for success for Collected.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
$450,000. Good advance, $510,000. Thank you.
An exciting young stallion Mastery standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfendale. We will be joined shortly by Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori. Little Jonathan Kinchin on the show as well. But we do have horses warming up on the track for this 6th race here at Aqueduct. It is an allowance race, and it's a battle of the New York breds in this Open A. Other than we do see Ice Princess, a slight favorite over number 5, Make Mischief. Ice Princess, she brings forth a superior wet track record as she is 2 for 3 with a second over it, and her fastest races have also come with over tracks with moisture in them. She looks like a wet track horse. As I often talk about, the physicality of a horse that may prefer a little moisture in the track is usually one that is pretty tall, lanky, doesn't really carry that excess body weight. It is a lighter frame type of individual, and that's exactly what Ice Princess is. She looks great out there. I like what I'm seeing from her. And 2, this isn't just about the Ice Princess and Make Mischief showdown. It's about the Eric Cancel and Kendrick Carmouche showdown. I'm going to say this race decides it because I don't like either other of their horses in the stakes. And the last race, well, that's just a doozy of one. So we'll see who wins this one and may secure the riding title for the winter meet. Number 5, Make Mischief. I respect her. She looks good. She got a little hot in the paddock as time went on in there, and it's not as if it's warm. So I don't know if I necessarily love the fact that she's gotten warm today. Just seemed a little bit on her nerves. As number 4, Ivietsu for Linda Rice, making her first start for the barn. Look, she's well bred, so with that comes a good-looking type of equine. Good, solid, strong upon coming back to the races. I just don't know if she's truly a main track type of runner. She has one decent wet track performance and one terrible one, but granted that was in a grade 2. So we'll see what we get from her. This might just be a prep for her to get her feet then on the green stuff, as we will be welcoming in turf racing on Friday. But as of now, we're welcoming in Greg Wolf. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Maggie, thank you. Good to be here on the program. Mig with me still up here. He's got a long one this afternoon, but yeah, this is going to be a fun race in terms of that jockey title. Eric Cancel wins 4 of the first 5 on the afternoon, and now he is tied with Kendrick Carmouche. Both these two, they're on the 2 horses to beat in the race. Kendrick with a chance to go back up 1 on the 3-5 favorite. In the next race, Eric Cancel, he's got a big shot with my boy Tate. And then in the last, Kendrick Carmouche on board the horse to beat in the finale, Yankee Empire.
It's amazing to me that after this long meet and these guys have ridden so well for so long, it comes down to the final 3 races. They're both on live horses. I'm with Maggie. I think this race is critical right here. They're on the 2 main contenders. Basically, who wins this race, I think, has got the huge edge. I mean, this is nerve-wracking if you're one of the riders. Fun for us to see the competition.
Fun, too. It seems like Kendrick is a guy who kind of relishes this kind of thing.
Yeah,
and to be well-stocked with the last couple of races on the card, you got to feel good.
Well, you feel good that you're live, you want it, but you get this close, you want it. And you got to let your nerves, you got to keep your nerves in check. You can't override, you can't press. But having been in this situation several times, you want it.
Oh, no question. Kendrick Carmouche coming off his first ever New York riding title at the fall meet at Aqueduct for Eric Cancel. It would be his first on this circuit anywhere, actually. So interesting to see what will happen these last few races. Little extra drama. Jonathan Kinchin, your thoughts here? We have this 3-5 favorite with Kendrick aboard. Beatable?
It is exciting. Like Richie said, this summer we got to see all the way to the last day with Irad and Jose. Obviously, it added them being brothers. Well, this is fun, too, to see Kendrick and Eric battle it out at Aqueduct. I like Eric in this race on the 5, Make Mischief. I thought this horse was extremely wide last time in the Busher. That's not where you wanted to be. This horse lost a lot of ground when it comes to being wide there. And the pace wasn't particularly fast either. This horse was trying to come from off of it. Look, I think that Eric will get this one. Obviously, Ice Princess is live, but it's going to be a fun late double after we can get this one out of the way.
It will, no question. We'll see. According to the board, it's a 2 filly race. Ice Princess Carmouche, the 3-5 favorite. Eric Cancel looking for his 5th on Make Mischief. I thought Carmouche had the big edge with Ice Princess. She ran very good last out, although she was odds on at this level and got beat. But against a filly who came back and won impressively against Tuffer.
Yeah, and I think this is a little easier, and she's very proficient in mud, as is Make Mischief. Let's sit back and enjoy it.
Anthony Stabile with the call. Here's race 6 from Aqueduct.
They're in the gate. And they're off. The number 4, Ivietsu, just dwelt at the start, spots the field a half a dozen lengths. Make Mischief goes to the lead. There's Baba along the inside. The favorite Ice Princess is 3rd, 2 lengths from the action. A couple of lengths back to Adwa, who's 4th. And after the trouble beginning, Ivietsu trails the field. The field makes their way out of the chute and onto the main track. And now Baba takes the lead through an opening quarter of 23-2. It's Baba a half length in front of Make Mischief. 4 wide out in the middle of the track. That's Ice Princess. She's 3 lengths from the lead. Gap of 3 back to Adwa. Ivietsu's gotten closer. She's still 9 lengths from the leader. It's Baba who leads the field past a half-mile pole, a length in front of Make Mischief, who ratchets up the pressure through a 46 1/2. And now Make Mischief puts her head in front of Baba. Ice Princess follows that move in third. Ivy-Etsu's out of last. Adwa's a half length behind her. The field's making their way past a 5/16 pole. Make Mischief. Eric Cancel looking for 5 on the day. Ice Princess is in hot pursuit through 3/4 in 1:10 3. Baba backpedals in third. Make Mischief leads them into the stretch by 2.5 lengths. It's Make Mischief. Ice Princess, her only pursuer. Adwa's trying to move into third. Make Mischief's almost home. Ice Princess, one more final run at her. Make Mischief past the 16th pole, a length and a half. Ice Princess, too late, not enough. Make Mischief, that's 5 for Eric Cancel. She won by a length. Ice Princess was second. Adwa was third. The final time for the mile was 1:37 flat.
He's beyond beast mode right now. Eric Cancel, he's won 5 of the first 6 on the card. He takes over sole possession of the riding title and some race riding right here, Mig.
Oh, absolutely. He's packing out your favorite Ice Princess, keeping her, doing it legally. He just picked this path and made, if you want to go inside of me, go ahead. But he packed her out around the turn, knowing it was basically a 2-horse race for this particular race. And it's certainly a 2-horse race as far as the jockey race is concerned. But Eric Cancel riding with so much confidence. 5th win of the day and a 1-lead win with 2 races to go at the Big A for the jockey titles.
How about that? Unreal day for young Eric Cancel. 5 victories. Just incredible. We'll see how it plays out the rest of the way. He's going to be on My Boy Tate coming up in the Haynes Field. And, of course, Kendrick on the Morning Line favorite in the finale of the meet and card in the 8th. Myra Betts Sprint, meanwhile, out in Oldsmar, Florida at Tampa Bay here in the 9th at 6 furlongs, even money on Tap It to Win, who was sort of a sexy pick at the Belmont last year.
Yeah, he became everybody's wise guy picking the Belmont after that big allowance win.
Here's our Mercedes boy. We start things off 7-2.
Probably the speed of the speed.
Old Time Revival, big price, 21-1.
Does his best work when he makes the lead. Don't think he makes the lead here.
Meanwhile, 7-1, Haunted by the Music, and this horse is quick as well.
It adds more speed to the party. Another horse gets Jose Ferrer, your Tampa Bay Derby winning rider, who is aggressive.
So here's Tap It to Win. We haven't seen him since his 3rd place finish behind Rushy in the Pat Day Mile on Derby Day.
Coming off a long layoff, has a lot of class, is faced much better, and should sit the right kind of trip from just off the pace.
Meanwhile, 7-2, Cajun Brother, who was just 3rd to Mischievous Alex in the Gulfstream Park Sprint.
Another horse that has speed, but he's versatile. He can sit just outside the lead. I think he's a danger.
And another horse, so on the outside, has only one way to go, and he is 5 for 10 on this track.
Yeah, another horse with speed. Basically, we're looking at a race that's loaded with speed. Who gets the right trip? I think that works out to be your favorite. Tap It to Win. And then the other horse that I think being versatile is the horse to the outside, and that's Cajun Brother.
Well, meanwhile, Tap It to Win. This will be his 4-year-old debut, grade 1 placed in his career for trainer Mark Cassidy. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Is a certain.
Hey, Greg. Yeah, I mean, listen, he is the horse to beat. When you look at his running lines, you see Maxfield, you see Tiz the Law, you see Rushy, you see Echo Town. And I'm in agreement completely with Mig here, because when you look at this race, there is 2 horses in there where the 1 needs the lead type and the 9 needs the lead type, and other horses with speed. The 2 versatile horses are the 8 and the 5. I think Tap It to Win might lay dead last in this short field of 6 because there is that much speed, where Cajun Brother might get a little bit of a jump on him. So I'm going to take a tiny bit of a shot at 7-2 that the Michael Yates charge can lay a little bit off the pace and get the jump on Tap It to Win.
All right, Paulie, thanks. We'll see what happens in here. Public all over Tap It to Win right now. Meanwhile, let's bring in Jonathan Kinch in here. JK, we have another horse in here who's graded stakes place, and that's Cajun Brother for Michael Yates.
Yeah, look, I like the 8 a lot in this spot. You know, we've talked about it before. There's a difference between like and love when it comes to these to betting. I'm leaning closer to love than like, but it's not a full love. I like the 8 in here, Cajun Brother, for a couple of reasons. Like you mentioned, he's got some quality to him as well, but I like the fact that he's drawn outside. It's a huge advantage at Tampa Bay to usually be on the outside. Now, sometimes it's not that way, but historically, you don't want to be buried down on the inside, especially of a horse like Tap It to Win, who's coming in off of a significant layoff, hasn't run since September. The other thing with Tap It to Win, this is a great opportunity to try to beat Tap It to Win today, because he'll probably go on to do really nice things the rest of the year. But when horses run on the Triple Crown Trail, whether it's the Belmont, the Preakness, or the Derby, and they come back as 4-year-olds, they are always overbet because people remember their names. He might win today, but I'm going to try to beat him today.
I would agree with Jonathan in that case, but this is a horse, too, who's gone on to be second in the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins behind Echo Town, third in the Pat Day Mile. He's backed it up. I mean, he's deserving at 4-5, not just on name and reputation.
No, and this also is a starting point for him, though.
No, a good point for sure. We're going to say goodbye to those watching on our Fox Regionals. You can switch over, catch the rest of the program on Fox Sports 2. We'll take you the rest of the way there. So Fox Sports 2 still with us. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale, and Jonathan Kinchin as we get set for this Naira Bets sprint, 6-furlong sprint coming up. Let's get back to Paul LaDuca.
You know, guys, you were talking about maybe this is a starting point for Tap It to Win, but then I look down at this Ridgeling, and 2 of his 3 wins are at 6 furlongs. And I'm wondering if Mark Cassie's thinking, okay, the Alan Jerkins, he ran a bang-up race. He ran well in the Pat Day Mile as well. But I don't think 6 furlongs is going to be an issue off the layoff, considering he'll probably be pretty sharp. But again, with all the speed in here, I think he'll be maybe 4 or 5 lengths out of it, and he should show the best kick home. I understand where Jonathan's saying trying to beat him with the 8, and I think the 8 is the other option. But I also think the 5 is going to be ultra tough. It's just too much class on his page.
And if you're concerned about, this is the comeback spot too, he won off the bench as well to win his 3-year-old debut. That was at 6 furlongs at Gulfstream. But he's got to deal with some tougher competition here, obviously.
Yeah, tougher company, but I do think it's a 2-horse race. Cajun Brother might have a little bit of a tactical advantage on him, but no surprise when Tap It to Win wins.
It's the Naira Bet sprint from Tampa Bay. Richard Grunder with the call. Tap It to Win, the favorite.
They're at the post. And they're off and running in the Naira Bets sprint. Away and running in perfect order. The speedy My Boy Letty is away alertly. Cajun Brother up on the outside and along the rail are Mercedes Boy. And the last horse away is Haunted by the Music. They link up with the main track, and there's our Mercedes Boy. Paco Lopez is going on with it and has the lead 3 parts of a length. Cajun Brother on the outside, second. Up on the far outside, My Boy Lenny is a tracking third. From between horses is the favorite. Tap It to Win racing along fourth. Haunted by the Music is on the move to the outside fifth. An Old Time Revival drops back to trail the field. 5 lengths from front to back as they approach the quarter-mile pole. Now they line up 3 across the track. Our Mercedes Boy. Our Boy Lenny. My Boy Lenny running at him on the outside second. Cajun Brother under an all-out ride third. Tap It to Win is all covered up. Gallardo has a ton of horse. He'll simply need racing room. As they turn for home, 3/16 of a mile to run. And here comes Tap It to Win. Gallardo finds the seam along the rail. He responds. He has the lead and going away. Our Mercedes Boy on the outside racing second. From far back, Haunted by the Music was third, but down to the wire. Tap It to Win under heads-up ride. Reeled in at the end. He's 4 lengths to the good. Our Mercedes Boy in a solid effort for second. Haunted by the Music goes up for third, a picture for fourth, and the running time on the board, 109.43.
Tap It to Win, just too good. And if this is the starting point for a 4-year-old campaign, we got a major player in the sprint division.
I think we're going to get to see something special from Tap It to Win this year. He was so professional. He sat in behind horses. You could see Antonio Gallardo had so much horse. And then when the leader drifted off the fence under Paco Lopez, our Mercedes Boy, he just galloped on through there. I tell you what, this was impressive, and I do think he'll improve off of it, but this was a good performance.
Yeah, this was big and wasn't even asked for a lot in this race. Ultimately, what distance do you think is going to be best in his wheelhouse?
I think he'll get up to a mile very, very well. And I would have to think off of that race, they're thinking bigger things, maybe even a race like the Met Mile, but certainly the 4 going Saratoga going 7 furlongs, you would think that would be a long-term goal.
Let's get to Oaklawn. Looking at current odds for the 5th in this allowance optional claiming group for Arkansas bred runners, 3/4 of a mile. Blame JD, current favorite in here, coming off a maiden win. The Aiden Green Barn did that as the favorite with a 68 buyer. And let's start things off with Dusty Hill, though, from the inside, who had a big maiden score, then tried the gazebo.
Yeah, that was against Arkansas Breds. Was a huge effort there. Found the gazebo. The water's a little too deep.
26-1 here on Bogey.
Bogey ain't going to cut it here. I think you need at least a par.
Nice, Mig. I was thinking the actor. Macho Rocco, 9-1.
Speed and in good form.
501. We'll see next here for Tim Martin.
Yeah, 501, another horse that has, a couple of decent races. I think would be hard-pressed to beat some of these here.
So here's the favorite next. This is the horse coming off his maiden score last out, a Son of Blame, and Ramon Vasquez rides.
Looks terrific on the track. Aiden Green, I was informed last night, is a woman. I didn't know yesterday on the show. I thought it was a man, and having a great meet, winning it better than 33%.
When the Doves Cry, Carl Broberg just claimed that, who went by 6-time winner, and here's Captain Don.
Captain Don, another horse that can show good speed at times, comes out of some fast-paced races.
Wasabi Moon, 3-time winner, was beat by a bunch of these last start.
Yeah, it kind of seems like his form slid a little bit.
7-2 Heritage Park, gate to wire win last out at Oaklawn.
Steps up in company off of that big win.
Weast Hill, big price, 30-1. Ricardo Santana Jr. on a 30-1 shot.
Yeah, very rare to see Ricardo ride a horse this big a price, but this horse gets back to sprinting after going long last time in the slab. Best races have been sprinting.
12 went by at 30-1. John Court for Tom Swearingen, and then this also eligible draws in with Joe Talamo.
Yeah, eased last time, going a mile in the slot, turns back in distance to what he really wants to do. For Danny Pites, a guy who does a terrific job.
So 5-2 favorite. Blame JD. With more on this race, let's go back to Jonathan.
Yeah, I like a couple prices in here. This is a very tough race. This is what Oaklawn is, though. A bunch of horses coming from everywhere, and it's very hard. It's a very hard, but they pay good prices too. That's probably why that happened. Like the 13 towards the outside, Supercharger. If you look at the last 2 races, this horse was on a sloppy racetrack, muddy racetrack. It's a dry track today. So maybe that form looks a little bit dirtier. If you go a little bit deeper in the past performances, you can see performances that can absolutely win this race. I like the fact this horse is drawn towards the outside. It's a trip that I like at Oaklawn. Tactical speed, in the clear, not getting stopped. And when you're out there, you might lose a little ground, but you don't necessarily have to get stopped. The other horse I think is interesting at a price is the one down on the inside, Dusty Hill. If you look at the last race, that didn't go well, but this horse was running probably a little bit over his head in the gazebo. I think if you look to the race 2 before that, the maiden special weight where he won by 12, this horse might try to just send away from the rail and could be dangerous at 14-1. Don't let that last performance throw you off. I like the 13 and the 1. The 13 will be my top pick. Make sure you use the 1 in exactas, trifectas, and superfectas.
JK, thanks. Yeah, I mean, that one taking a big drop in class out of a stakes race, Dusty Hill, and that was against Open Company, and there he is. Now tackling state-bred runners, 3-year-old son of Oxbow.
His big win came against Arkansas Breds. He tried the gazebo off of that, almost 13-length victory, and now they're back to earth. They're back where he belongs with Arkansas Breds, and he has speed from the inside.
Yeah, with really the exception of probably the 10, that maiden score in terms of a buyer speed figure, what he got is better than anyone in this field. The 10 has the best last out number. That's Heritage Park. He's on the board at 7-2.
Yeah, and another horse, though, that, Jonathan brings up a great point about speed from the outside, because you can allow your horse to show the speed, but you're not under the same kind of pressure. It gives them an opportunity to get into a better rhythm, get their air, find themselves instead of being kind of hustled. When you're inside, if you're going to show speed, you're committed to going. You have to make that decision early. You don't want to allow the outside horses to drop over in front of you.
And just as a rider, too, you feel that pressure more, right?
Oh, absolutely. And so it doesn't give you have more options outside if your horse doesn't break as sharply as you like, or maybe he just bobbles a little bit, or even if he breaks clean, just allow them to get that first eighth of a mile where they sort themselves out. Horses get so much more air when you give them that opportunity to get into that rhythm.
There's the long shot JK says use in your exotic wagers here. Dusty Hill, 14 to 1 on the board currently. Favoritism has remained, though, with Blame JD lightly raced, broke through as the favorite in the second start of his career. The way he won that race, Mig, was on the front end, gate to wire. It looks like certainly the 3 wants to pressure in here. We talked about the 10 has speed as well, even outside with Supercharger, maybe even Dark Ninja. There's going to be some competition up front, it would appear.
Yeah, it feels like there's going to be a pretty contested pace. You know, sometimes horses go fast, but they're free, they're loose, they're by themselves. It's a completely different thing. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. It's a whole other thing when you have horses on top of you applying that pressure. It appears on paper, and they don't run the races on paper, that there should be a contested pace.
And we got a horse coming up next in the feature at Aqueduct who is a dead closer. That's Bank It. I was shocked when I went back to the beginning of his past performances. He used to be a front-running, freewheeling sprinter at 5 and 5.5 furlongs, and then when they stretched him out, he started sitting off the pace. We'll get to that race coming up. Our feature's still ahead at Aqueduct. Right now, it's race 5. From Oaklawn, Vic Stauffer with the call.
Blame JD. When the Doves Cry. Dark Ninja. The last horse to load is Supercharger. They're at the post. They're off. Dusty Hill breaks well, so does Captain Don and Heritage Park. Macho Rocco's between horses. Heritage Park and Macho Rocco, 1-2. Dusty Hill, Captain Don, and Weast Hill to the outside. Next, it's Supercharger and Dark Ninja, followed by Blame JD and 501. Wasabi Moon and When the Doves Cry, and the trailer is Bogey. Match racing into the far turn. Macho Rocco inside, Heritage Park outside, and they blaze away, leaving the backstretch. Heritage Park ahead in front. Macho Rocco is second by 4.5 lengths to Dusty Hill. Then comes Captain Don. He's got 6 lengths to make up. 2 back to Weast Hill. Blame JD's at the rail. And Heritage Park has had enough of Macho Rocco. Heritage Park, top of the stretch with a 3.5 length lead on Macho Rocco in second. Captain Don is next. Then Dusty Hill. Final furlong. Heritage Park went fast early. Now here's Blame JD, who runs up into second. He's got 4 lengths to make up as Heritage Park comes to the final 16th. He is still there by 4. Blame JD. Between horses, When the Doves Cry with a big run. Heritage Park reaches for the wire. When the Doves Cry, Bogey late. Heritage Park in front. Heritage Park won by 1.5 lengths. Bogey got second. When the Doves Cry third. Blame JD finished fourth.
Heritage Park just too good in this race. And wow, the 2 Bogey on huge late for second. But no doubt about your winner.
Yeah, this horse was in a wicked pace battle from the outside. And you saw when he cleared off around the turn in 10 Heritage Park, Orlando Mojica reached up. Now, he's been out in the clear and fiddled with his goggles, pulled his goggles down. That's usually when a rider has so much horse, he feels like he has to do something, but he doesn't want to ask the horse yet. So he kind of pulled his goggles down, and then he set him down, and the horse was good.
He was really good today, 10-2-6. Meanwhile, back in the Naira Bet Sprint at Tampa Bay Downs, it was all about tap it to win, Paulie.
With winning jockey of the Naira Bet Sprint, Antonio Gallardo on Tap It to Win. I just asked you earlier, Antonio, how much horse did you have underneath you?
I have a lot. I have plenty. Trust me, I'm gonna be worried about the long distance, go to short, Tampa. Sometimes the horses go to the lead, never stop. Yeah. I'm gonna be worried about that. But after he breaks so sharp, young in a good position, I see the number one start logging out from the beginning. I'm like, you know what? I want to stay here because I know I can go through any time I want. I have a lot of horse. It's a nice horse.
So, he's 3 for 3 now at 6 furlongs, but do you think he'll still progress and he can go a mile?
Really? I never rode him before. For me today, it's like a 6 furlong horse, really, because, he breaks sharp, you put in whatever position you want, and when it's time to go, he give you everything. Like, really, I think no matter the distance, I think he'll be winning today, 6 furlong, 6.5, 7 furlong. I'm a little bit worried in the beginning because I watching the replay, when you watch the form, but I don't know the horse. That's different, but after I rode him, I think he can go 6, 6.5, no matter. He's a good horse.
He's a good horse. So he's a one-turn horse for you.
For sure. He's a nice horse.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Antonio Gallardo hopping aboard this one for the very first time, tapping a win. Looks like he has a bright 2021 ahead, no question. We have our feature when we come back to Aqueduct. It is the Haynesfield, and just like Haynesfield, Bankit, he's won stakes at 2, 3, 4, and 5. Coming off for the first time in his career, back-to-back wins. Can he make it 3 in a row next?
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 fourth crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 fourth crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 fourth crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
As the field turns for home in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and Haynesfield is a 5-length lead. Blame running out of ground now with 3/16 of a mile to go. Fly Down is third on the outside. Final furlong, Haynesfield and Ramon Dominguez. He's like a statue in the stirrups. Haynesfield has crushed his rivals. A worthy front-running winner.
That was the only defeat for Blame in his championship season of 2010. He, of course, go on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic in that thriller against Zenyatta. Wow, did Haynesfield run them off their feet in that performance. Two-time winner as well of the Empire Classic. 10 for 19 in his career, trained by Steve Asmussen, who was the favorite in this year's race with Bankit.
And just he blitzed the field that day. He was so good, such good form. Toby Sheets, Steve's assistant, had Haynesfield, actually part owner of Haynesfield as well.
Well, Bankit, Steve Asmussen's runner here for Winchell Thoroughbreds. Willis Horton Racing, short price for the first time in his career, putting together back-to-back wins. We'll see if he can make it 3 in a row coming up. Here's our post-parade. We start with South Africa. Kendrick Carmouche for Michelle Nevin.
Horse stretching out in distance, I think should probably wind up on the lead here.
4-1 currently. Yeah, it looks no question like this is the quickest runner in this race. Can he carry that speed, though, a mile? Here's the 3. My Boy Tate loves an off-track.
Loves an off-track, loves Aqueduct, also possesses speed, but is also trained by Michelle Nevin, the trainer of South Africa. He'll probably be stalking.
T loves a fight, an 11-time winner now with our Orlando Nota. Trevor McCarthy rides.
Just such a hard-trying horse, and he really gives it his all every time.
Bankit, the big favorite. He just won in Open Stakes Company for the first time in his career at Laurel last out.
Now, he's been in raging form. Good outside post going the 1-turn mile. Doesn't get a tremendous amount of speed, but might just be best.
And then Microscope on the inside for Gary Siaka, 13-1.
Microscope does his best running when the going is off. He gets that off track, but even his best might not be quite good enough here.
So it's the Haynesfield and Bankit, an even money favorite. Again, trying to make it 3 in a row. Can he get it done here from off the pace? Let's send it downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Yeah, Greg, that's exactly how he's going to have to do it, too. But looking at these horses physically, Bankit, he is about 10 lengths better physically than any other horse in here. I mean, he's been training here in New York with that brief stint down in Laurel, where he beat Cordmaker, who, by the way, came back to win a stake, too. He looks like he's been training in South Florida. He's dappled head to toe. His coat looks so rich and hydrated. He's also just filled out so much now that he's a 5-year-old. That's when horses reach their peak physical maturity. He just looks like so much the horse to beat. And for him, he's the one that's proven at the distance, where a lot of these horses, it's a major question mark. I know it's just a 1-turn mile, but nobody else has been proven like he has at anything beyond the 7, as My Boy Tate looks to be the next likeliest winner. Look, physically, I've never been his biggest fan. He just never looks great in his coat, though I will say his weight is better than what I've seen sometimes. The thing with him, though, is he tries to go the mile here for only the 3rd time in his career. He just gets himself so revved up before his races. And to be fair, he walked in and he was a little bit more even keel. But as time went on in the paddock and they circled, and after they were tacked, he just got more hot, more revved up. And that just never bodes well for a horse trying to go further than what they probably want. And 2, I know he's coming in here off of a win, but I think that win was dressed up. It was a 4-horse field in which 2 of those horses, admittedly, went just balls to the wall. I mean, they went flying around there, and he sat back, rode a good rail, and just came up and got them all in the end. So I think his last race looks better on paper than what it actually is. And so for me, Greg, it's all about Bankit here.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, he's been, just in terms of sheer numbers, too, he's not been running close his couple of races this year to what he has earlier in his career. As we take a look at the tail of the tape, he does love the off-track, though, and maybe that's the big equalizer. Career starts, 27 for Bankit, 22 for My Boy Tate, and between them, 13 career wins and close to $1.4 million in earnings together.
It pays to have a New York bred, doesn't it? But it feels like to me that My Boy Tate is probably stretching out a little further than he wants to the mile, and Bankit might be a little bit better further than the mile, so they're kind of meeting someplace in the middle.
Bankit certainly not his best at this distance, 1 for 7 in his career, but maybe, again, if it's not your best distance, it's all about the field you're facing that you're doing it against.
Well, company, you know, he's keeping different company. You know, a couple of his races in the mud and going long were against much tougher than this.
Has had some struggles, though, Jonathan, on sloppy racetracks as well.
Yeah, he's got a couple of bad performances on sloppy racetracks, but he's got some like ones that were actually okay. He ran third once where he had some trouble on the sloppy racetrack, so you don't want to paint the picture that he can't. It's just that he hasn't. I think he'll be okay here. The biggest issue I think he has today is he's against the pace a little bit here. There's not a ton of speed in here. It's a smaller field. Sometimes that can hurt closers, but I feel like this is a poster child example for him getting invited into the race. The speed horses, or the horses that might have a tactical edge, inviting the closers in, giving away their edge, and then letting the better horse with a better closing kick mow them all down late. I think it's going to be very hard for Bankett to lose this race.
I would agree, especially he's in the form of his life right now. But again, he brings up a good point. We said it earlier, too. From a pace standpoint, he may be a little up against it. It's going to be Kendrick Carmouche out there in front on the 2 South Africa. Can he run down the lone speed?
Yeah, but he makes a great point. You don't want to allow the closers in close proximity to you. Then you're trying to outkick the kickers.
It's the Haynesfield, the feature on this Sunday card from Aqueduct. Here's Anthony Stabile with the call.
They're in the gate for the Haynesfield. And they're off. Bankett shows first. Now South Africa comes up along the inside to take the lead. It's South Africa by a length. Bankett. Then My Boy Tate's between horses. A couple of lengths back to Microscope. And T Loves a Fight is allowed to trail a field early that's separated by 5 lengths. Led by South Africa out of the chute and onto the main track through an opening quarter of 23 flat. Kendrick Carmouche puts South Africa on the lead and puts a little separation between South Africa and Bankett, who's 2.5 lengths behind in second. My Boy Tate's third. Microscope's moved up along the inside, a joint third now, 3 lengths back to T Loves a Fight, who trails. It's still South Africa. Bankett a little closer through a 46-second flat half mile, and now Bankett and Manny Franco go after Kendrick Carmouche. And South Africa, Kendrick took a peek back and sees that Microscope's backpedaling. My Boy Tate's moving up into third. It's still a ways back to T Loves a Fight. Bankett sidles up alongside of South Africa. These two past the quarter pole through 3 quarters in 1:10.3. Bankett's on the outside of South Africa, who battles right back. My Boy Tate swings into action 3 wide as the field comes to the 8th pole. Bankett, South Africa, My Boy Tate down the center. Bankett trying to hold off My Boy Tate. Bankett a half length. My Boy Tate surging past. Bankett and My Boy Tate. My Boy Tate gives Eric Cancel 6 wins on the Sunday card. He won the Haynesfield by a neck. My Boy Tate over Bankett. The final time for the mile was 1:36.1.
Eric Cancel just cannot be stopped today, and I believe equals a record for wins on a single card with that performance here. My Boy Tate comes and gets Bankett.
It's Eric Cancel's world today, and we're all living in it. Eric Cancel, your leading rider at the meet, no matter what happens in the last race today. He rated My Boy Tate today, was in behind horses, was patient. When he tipped out, you could see My Boy Tate just kept finding and ran down Bankett. 6 wins in a day. Some of the names that have done that in the past, George Velasquez, Steve Cawthon, Dylan Davis did it here a couple winters ago. 6 in a day. That's the way to rally up and seal the deal for leading rider. Ramon Dominguez, who we saw win on Haynesfield, Jockey Club Gold Cup. So, wow.
What an afternoon for this young man, and this is his first riding title. And to do it like this, to close out the meet on a 6-win day, history-making day, to equal the most ever wins in a card, that's just sensational here. My Boy Tate, again, showing how much he loves an off-track.
He still has one more mount today.
He does.
This horse really ran. I mean, you could see, you know, the question was the mile. He actually settled better than normal, and he came with that run. And, you know, Bankett was laying up close. He was being ridden like the best horse by Manny Franco. He kicked for home. He just got outrun the last 16th of a mile.
Kendrick Carmouche did what he could on the front end with South Africa. In the end, was no match here. And My Boy Tate picks up the 9th win of his career. It has been that man all afternoon long. Eric Cancel, win after win after win, 6 on the day. No matter what happens, as Mig said in the nightcap, he has wrapped up the riding title here at the meet. Congratulations. Let's go back to Tampa Bay. Pleasant Acres Stallions Distaff Turf. Mile and a 16th on the grass. Beautiful Lover. Christophe Clement taking over the training duties of this 5-year-old mare that used to be trained by Chad Brown.
Yeah, and a very classy mare, now owned by Moigler Stud. Joe Bravo rides the turf so well, too.
Here's a look at the field. Bienville Street, Cam Gambelotti trains.
A good inside post. Paco Lopez should have this horse in that coveted pocket position.
It comes out of a grade 3, 5-1 on the board. Huge price on Classy Woman, who's going to try and wire the field.
Yeah, she possesses speed. She'll have a say in how the races run. Don't make her a contender, though.
Won 2 of the last 3, but yeah, this much tougher company. Here comes Jackie. Comes in off a win. Another one taking a big step up.
Big step up in class. Maybe just taking a shot. Trying to get stakes place certainly enhances filly or mare's value.
Lovely Lovey had to go against Antoinette last start in the grade 3 very 1.
Yeah, and the horse has some good races. I think the form's just been wanting a little bit lately, but definitely ran against tougher last time against Antoinette.
Here's the favorite again, moving to the Clement barn here for her 5-year-old debut.
She makes a lot of sense. She's consistent. She's hard knocking. Should get a good trip.
Crown and Sugar, 14-time winner.
Like horses that have that winning habit, this is a little bit tougher, but she has speed. Should put herself in the game.
Sugar Fix getting played 4-1 for Saffie Joseph.
Another one that has some speed. Was only beaten 3/4 length to Bienville Street.
Summering at 7-2, Tom Proctor trainee.
I think this filly's got the look of a horse that just a closer in a race that could get heated on the front end. I like Summering in here.
And Sun Summers on the outside, a 5-year-old mare who we saw win at Aqueduct back in November.
Yeah, only beaten a half length to Bienville Star in a race that was basically everybody lumped up at the wire. Never count Mike Maker out of a turf race, ever.
No, that's great advice right there. Post time here for this Pleasant Acres Stallions Distaff Turf. Let's go to Paul.
That is great advice, guys. I'm with you, Mig, because Summering, to me, when you look at this race, a lot of these fillies and mares have taken turns beating each other. And when I look at the horses that have run against each other, I look at the 10 Sun Summers as the best one. Because 2 back, that horse should have won the race. Irad didn't have room in the stretch. And I think that horse is going to lay back and get a decent pace to run into. Then you look at the 6, obviously Changing Barnes, and you don't know how that horse is going to react from Chad Brown. Obviously to Christophe Clement, shouldn't be much regression. Then I look at Summering, and you look at the layoff and you wonder, okay, is she going to fire her best shot today? Well, she fired a very good shot off an 8-month layoff when she came here to Tampa in April. Now she's off another 8-month layoff. That was off, a 6-month layoff now. And Jesus Castanon aboard again, and Tommy Proctor, I think she's live as can be. So I have this race 10-9. I'm going to take a little bit of shot with the 10 on top and box them with the 6 and 9.
Paul, thanks. Meanwhile, back to the favorite real quick. Look, off the bench before, she's been big. She ran second to Starship Jubilee, who had that big win at Saratoga last summer. She's been competitive against her. Jonathan, your thoughts here as they get set to load.
Yeah, I'll be quick. The 9 Summering for Glen Hill Farm. When she won her debut at Del Mar, wire to wire, you knew she was talented. Tom Proctor doesn't typically have them ready to rock first time out. I think that she's talented, and I'm hoping that she'll run well here today.
7-2. Thanks, JK, on Summering. Jesus Castanon will be aboard, making her first start of her 5-year-old campaign. We haven't seen her since last summer in August at Del Mar.
I like the work tab. I like when you see 6 furlong works, 5 furlong works, putting a lot of foundation in them.
Richard Grunder with the call. Can Beautiful Lover win? Moving Barnes from Chad Brown to Christophe Clement. We're about to find out.
They're at the post. And they're off and running in the 18th renewal of the Distaff. Classy Woman is away alertly and gunning right for the early lead. Crown and Sugar comes away second from the outside. Summering looks to drift over third. Along the rail, Bienville Street is there fourth, and the last horse away is the late running Here Comes Jackie. They make their charge to the clubhouse turn. Along the rail, Classy Woman has the lead. Up on the outside, Summering draws alongside now to challenge second. Then it's a length farther back, Bienville Street with a ground-saving trip toward the rail now third. Crown and Sugar is right there from between horses. Now racing along fourth. Back to the inside. Lovely, Lovely. Settles into stride now fifth. Sugar Fix. Then it's a length and a half farther back to Here Comes Jackie. And the trailer is Beautiful Lover. And the favorite will spot him about 7 lengths up the backstretch. Long shot, Classy Woman takes them along on the lead by a length and a half. Summering carrying the historic colors of the Glen Hill Farm in a stocking position second. Bienabel Street inching up a closer third toward the rail. Crown and Sugar in a bit tight. From between horses now racing along fourth. Back to the inside. That's Lovely Lovey now racing along fifth. A length farther back from between horses, Sugar Fix is sixth as they approach the quarter-mile pole. Along the rail, Classy Woman from the outside, Summering, poised and ready to pounce. Here's Summering on the outside, going to the lead, and Sun Summers tips to the outside and now gaining ground third. Bienabel Street is looking for a way out fourth. They're into the stretch. Classy Woman coming up with a huge effort on the outside, Summering. Far outside is Sun Summers down to the wire. It's Summering on the outside and Classy Woman. The local horse will absolutely not give up, and they're heads apart. It looks like Summering gets up and gets the nod from a very game Classy Woman.
Oh, that is a brutal beat. If Classy Woman did not get this, it looks like it was Summering, but a great stretch stool to the finish.
And this shows you pace makes the race. Classy Woman got to go very soft and comfortable on the lead, had a lot left when they confronted by Summering, and fought her tooth and nail. And this is a head bob, up and down. That's very tight. I do think the 9 got the nod very late. Summering got to lugging in a little bit, but they ran 1-2 around the racetrack, and no one else could get involved.
Daughter of Warfront, Glen Hill Farm, bred and owned. Tom Proctor, nice call. Jonathan Kinchin as well. And great job by Jesus Castanon to finish on this mare as well.
Absolutely, and Summering showed she had so much ability early on, tipped her hand, got that right trip, but wow, what a good horse race, and heartbreaking for the connections of the 3 Classy Women.
Do we have the Kinchin cam to see how you're reacting down the stretch, JK?
No, I was composed on this one, but I will say this. One of my favorite parts about this game are the historical silks. When you see them, it just reminds you of different horses and history, and obviously Richie can sit here and tell us about all these horses from his history in racing, but Glen Hill Farm is one of those silks. Always happy to see that. She's a great lesson, and when horses do something their trainers don't do well, you should keep an eye on them. Tom Proctor, like I said, doesn't have them ready to fire. I knew she was a talented horse from back then. She's had her ups and downs. She got the job done here today.
So Summering wins, Proctor, Glen Hill Farm, and that's a 4th win of her career, now perfect 2 for 2 at Tampa.
Yeah, and just a very classy Daughter of Warfront. You saw the favorite kind of get shuffled back early on. The favorite, Beautiful Lover, kind of had no chance, particularly the way this race was run like a merry-go-round.
Now, Proctor, Glen Hill Farm, they have been partners for a long, long time in this game. A lot of big wins. They get another one here at Tampa. We'll be back.
Coming on strong.
Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Gaining late on the far outside, Guitar Tribute, who's storming home. Go, Guitar Tribute!
My love for you. Coming on strong.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's great to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon, the final day of this Aqueduct meet here before we kick off again here with the spring meet coming up next Thursday. A program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We head over to Hot Springs, Arkansas on race 6. Look at the current odds for this condition claiming race. 4-year-olds and up going 5.5 furlongs. I thought a really wide open race, Mig.
I think a very wide open race. These races at Oaklawn, so competitive, big fields. I thought the one Beamy Award had a very difficult trip last time and ran extremely well, but is going to have to work out a trip from the inside.
Here's a look at Beamy Award for John Cox, was just second against a similar spot last out.
Yeah, this horse, can show good speed at times. Last time had trouble at the break, but rallied strongly.
Tough stuff. 12-1. This horse has the ability against this group. He's a big number right now.
Yeah, it's a big price for him, and another horse that should be involved early.
Speed early with this one. He went gate to wire last time out. Ravens Reflection for open 6,000.
I think this is the speed of the speed here. Rocco Bowen, riders won over 1,000 races in his career.
He's no bull. He puts blinkers on, and he's got more pace that he brings to the party.
Goes from a good barn in Robertino Diodoro to another good barn in Carl Broberg, and those blinkers on with a horse that already has speed.
10, 12, 14 at 10-1.
A horse that's more of a closing type, which style might fit well for this race.
Riverboat Gambler, he comes in off a win from a stalking position at Oaklawn.
Yeah, and a horse that is tactical, should be able to get a good position. Aiden Green, again, winning it better than 30% at this Oaklawn stand.
May we all for John Horan. Fernando de la Cruz aboard, double-digit odds.
Yeah, rightfully so, but a closer in a race that appears to have a lot of speed signed on.
And second off the claim for the Steve Asmussen barn. He took this one off of Robertino Diodoro, 7-2 on Jerry's Pride and Joy.
It goes from a good barn to another good barn. Steve usually, when he claims a horse, has a specific idea. He sees something about that horse that he thinks he might be able to improve.
I had a troubled trip last time out when he was behind Beamy Award. We'll see if he can turn the tables. Favorite. Ravens Reflection comes in off that win. Jonathan, what'd you think here in the 6 at Oaklawn?
Yeah, I thought the 3 Ravens Reflection was going to be pretty tough in this spot for a couple of reasons. One, I think the trainer changed. Norm McKnight, known for kind of improving horses, so there's an opportunity for this horse to improve. If you look at the last race, the horse that race could kind of win this race. So if there is an improvement, you got to think that this horse is going to be in a great spot. The other thing is this horse was entered on March 7th in a starter allowance. This is a claiming race that they're running in today, meaning all the horses in this race are for sale. The starter allowance race the horse was entered in, he would have been protected. To me, that's a sign of confidence that they even entered in that spot. They eventually scratched, didn't run there, show up here, but at least that they started down that path makes me think that this horse might have some ability and they might be moving in the right direction. So I'm going to go with this horse. Short price, but I think it's very live.
He's a 2-1 favorite on the board. He's got a bullet, quickest of 59 as well, 4 furlong move. And we went 46-2 over this Oaklawn track in prep for this race.
Yeah, kind of tipping his hand that he's in good form, or fine fettle, if you will. I like the 1 Beamy Award. I was taken with this horse's race last time. I think if he gets away cleanly and get a decent trip, he's going to be tough at a decent price.
There's the favorite stepping in. This kicks off the late pick 5 at Oaklawn. It's a difficult sequence this afternoon. Tough to find a single. And that makes it a great one to go after and play. Vic Stauffer with the call to kick things off here from Hot Springs, Arkansas.
They're at the post. They're off. Ravens Reflection and a hard scent Jerry's Pride and Joy. These two match strides with He's No Bull, a close third and about to join the party. Then Beamy Award and Tough Stuff with May We All in 10, 12, 14. And the trailer is Riverboat Gambler. Ravens Reflection quickest into the far turn. He's a length in front of He's No Bull in second. 3/4 to Jerry's Pride and Joy, 3 deep in third. Beamy Awards at the rail in fourth. And on the front end, Ravens Reflection is now 3.5 lengths in front. May We All is is next. 2.5 back to Tough Stuff and Riverboat Gambler. And now the trailer is 10-12-14, and the leader is Ravens Reflection. Ravens Reflection, top of the stretch, a 4-length advantage over He's No Bull in second. Jerry's Pride and Joy is third. He's 6 lengths behind and has less than a final furlong to run down Ravens Reflection. Ravens Reflection, a 4-length lead. He's No Bull and Jerry's Pride and Joy, but Ravens Reflection has just run them right off their feet. Ravens Reflection in front. Ravens Reflection won by 3.5. He's No Bull was second. Jerry's Pride and Joy third. 10-12-14. Finish.
Well, that sharp drill showed you that he was going to be very quick early. We knew the speed he had anyway from his past performances. Got the jump, and then he just opened up on this field in the stretch.
Yeah, he just ran them off his feet. Good job by Norm McKnight. Good story with Rocco Bowen. He was out of racing for over a year and a half, had a terrible arm injury. Looked like his career may be over, and he fought his way back, and now he's ridden over 1,000 career victories in North America and notched another one up.
Meanwhile, back at Aqueduct in the Haynes Field, 6-win afternoon on the card for Eric Cancel. My boy Tate takes the feature.
My boy Tate really in good form, settled more, rated from off the pace. If you'd have told me he was going to beat Bankit, I would have thought it would have been by being in front of him and getting the jump on him. He stalked Bankit and came and got him. Good job by Michelle Nevin, and Eric Cancel chalks up his first meet leading rider title.
Just an incredible way to do it as well. He was down 4 coming into the final day of the meet, and he has it wrapped up before the finale on the card with a 6-win afternoon. Our winner circle lead in. It's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream sale, the nation's premier 2-year-olds in training sale, March 31st. After the Florida Derby that we had yesterday, where will you be?
It's a great
My
sale.
boy Tate loves. Are you going to be there?
Yeah, it's a great sale.
You're going to be there?
Yeah. Incredible, just incredible horses that have come out of that sale.
Man, have to report for us on location.
Absolutely.
My boy Tate, 5 for 6 now and off tracks. Winner of the Haynes Field. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by the white-hot Eric Cancel as he picks up his 6th victory on today's card in the feature, the Haynes Field with My Boy Tate. Eric, this is a horse that was stretching out to a mile. He had yet to win at this 1-turn mile distance, and you kind of played your hand to making that last run, and it certainly paid off.
Yeah, like I was telling Michelle, the horse, he's very talented, you know. He's a horse that he's been improving more and more by the time that he gets older. He's been doing everything perfect. Last few races, he's been just sitting really nice and patient, you know, and he's been making his run. I just try to ride him the same way Manny did last time, you know, very confident and just wait to the last 8th, you know, and he just fired on from there.
Well, Eric, this meet has kind of summed up with that win today. You have literally just come from behind in the last 8th, the last day, as it was kind of a cool moment as Kendrick Carmouche knew that you had wrapped up the meet title today. He came over and gave you a hug. What does that mean to you? And also speak of the camaraderie in the room between you and Kendrick.
To be honest, I'm filled with emotions, you know. I've worked very hard for this. And being able to duel and meet with a guy like Kendrick, a very nice, classy guy, very hard-riding guy. I mean, it just feels wonderful. To be honest, yesterday I didn't think I was going to get him, you know, but today I just woke up and I was just like, you just got to keep on swinging these last 3 rounds that you got, you know. You just got to go for it, and I just went with it all today, you know, and I want to thank my agent. I want to thank all the owners and trainers that gave me the opportunity to be here, to win this meet, and I'm just glad that I can make my dreams come true.
Well, Eric, you've knocked it out of the park. Congratulations with this win with My Boy Tate and taking the Aqueduct Winter title. Eric Cancel, mic drop today, Greg.
No question about it. Days like this are incredibly rare in the sport. And now Eric Cancel has produced one of them, a 6-win day at a major race meet here on the New York circuit. And with that, came in to this afternoon. Down 4 to Kendrick Carmouche on the final day of the meet. He winds up winning the meet, the first of his career.
It's one thing to be leading rider. It's always a great thing, but to do it in the dramatic fashion that he's done is just incredible.
That's a list of all his winners on today's card. Just incredible. He's not done yet. We got one race to come. Stay with us. We'll be back.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Martin Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir Martin.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Climax Stallions is coming to New York with Mr. Monomoy. At 3, Mr. Monomoy dominated the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes at Fairgrounds, going wire to wire.
Mr. Monomoy leads them home in the first division of the Risen Star Stakes.
He's also a half-brother to 2-time Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Monomoy Girl. Mr. Monomoy, standing in New York at Waldorf Farm for $5,000. For more information, visit ClimaxStallions.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The nightcap coming up from Aqueduct on this Sunday afternoon card, the final day of this meet. We'll close it out at 7 furlongs, $16,000 claiming event for non-winners at 2 lifetime. Can he get number 7? Eric Cancel will be on the 5 Allied Invasion.
Get 7, that's a new record. So not only did he take down the leading rider title in dramatic fashion, he has an opportunity to rewrite the record books here.
See how it plays out. Here's Unrelenting Force. Blinkers coming off, trained by Steve Asmussen.
Drops in class for a very good outfit.
Trapeze Artist, 8-1.
Horse that can show good speed at times and has handled the mud.
Kendrick Carmouche, he's on the favorite, the horse to beat, taking a big drop in class, Yankee Empire.
Big drop in class. John Kimmel having a really good, kind of quietly, had a terrific winter here, winning it better than 26%.
Here's Cancel looking for number 7 on the card.
Hot rider, anything's possible.
Mr. Fidget is at 11-1 for James Ferraro.
Would be a surprise.
And then you have some speed outside with the 8, Macho Boy for Amira Shishakli.
Macho Boy tries every time, and this is what Macho Boy wants. He doesn't want to go any further than 7 furlongs. Gets Mike Luzzy, who has ridden him in the past.
It's the nightcap, Meg. You know what that means.
No.
Last race, cash back. All you had to do is look at the screen.
I was looking at you.
Bet $10 to win in either the last or both at Aqueduct and Oaklawn. If your selection finishes second, you get $10 back. Just a little insurance on the final race of the afternoon. Go to NyraBets.com for all your details. JK, you don't need any cash back. You've been on a roll this afternoon.
Oh, no, I always need cash back. You don't know what I did yesterday, so just today's a get even day for me so far. I like the one down on the inside, Unrelenting Force. Richie mentioned this horse is dropping in class. Steve Asmussen, very sharp trainer. It's probably an understatement, very sharp trainer. One of the best trainers of all time. How about that? And one of the things I like about Unrelenting Force is he's kind of got some dirty form. His last race wasn't good, but he's got a lot of early speed. And on these types of racetracks, I think getting out to the front, being in the clear helps quite a bit. I'm hoping that Unrelenting Force from the inside will be aggressively ridden by Manny, and combining that with the drop, I think he'll be hard to beat. The favorite, the 3 in here, Yankee Empire, makes sense to me. But, coming in off a break and kind of a suspicious drop here, I'm going to go with the 1 Unrelenting Force, taking the blinkers off down on the inside.
All right, we'll see. 5-2. Meanwhile, that has been the man of the afternoon. Eric Cancel just left your screen on Allied Invasion. There he is on the 5 here, teaming up with Bruce Brown. He ran at this condition, Mig, going a much longer mile and an eighth last time out in the 16 non-winners of a 2, and he was a distant third that day.
Well, I think he's going to appreciate the turn back to the 7 furlongs. And again, when a rider's having a day like Eric Cancel, a career kind of day, horses feed on that energy. They feed on positive energy, and sometimes horses outrun themselves just because the rider's enthusiasm, the excitement level. That's why you'll see apprentice jockeys win on big long shots sometimes, because they're so thrilled to be out there that they give that horse every opportunity to show their best. Eric Cancel right now is on cloud 9. He's in another zone. So anything's possible.
You've had days like that where you've had multi-win afternoons. At what point did you start to feel like you felt a change and you knew that things were going your way?
I think there's periods of time you go through that, maybe not one particular day. Now, I've never won 6 races in a day at one track. I did it at 2 tracks. I won 5 races in a day multiple times here in New York. But 6 in a day, you just start believing you can win on everything. And again, positive energy with horses, it's a big deal.
And is it days like that, do you just make more decisive decisions too?
No second guessing. You're so convinced that you aim for that spot, you're going to get there. If you take your time, you've got plenty of time, you're going to get there. If you go to the lead, they're not getting by you. You just believe it. And an athlete has to have that kind of confidence, a certain amount of swagger.
Nightcap from Aqueduct and Cancel. Get number 7 and set a new record here at the track. He's on the 5 Allied Invasion. Here's Anthony Stabile with the call.
Waiting on Mr. Fidget and Macho Boy. They're in the gate. And they're off. Macho Boy from his outside post goes to the lead from the rail. That's Unrelenting Force. These two have a length on Yankee Empire, who now moves up into 3rd. Allied Invasion outside in 4th. Trapeze Artist moves up alongside the rail, a long way back to the gray. Mr. Fidget, who trails. Macho Boy and Unrelenting Force have hooked up through a quick opening quarter here of 22-2. They've left Yankee Empire 3 lengths back in 3rd. 2 lengths behind is Trapeze Artist. Allied Invasion about 8 lengths from the lead, a long way back to Mr. Fidget. The field makes their way onto the far turn. Macho Boy has tried to put away Unrelenting Force and gets a length and a half between Macho Boy and Unrelenting Force through a 45-3 half-mile. Yankee Empire. Trapeze Artist begins to move up. Allied Invasion. Eric Cancel trying to motivate him. He's still 7 or 8 lengths from the lead. Field passes the quarter pole. Macho Boy, Trapeze Artist makes a move on the outside. Allied Invasion coming down the center of the course. Unrelenting Force is at the rail. Macho Boy trying to hold off Trapeze Artist. These two have 4 lengths on a closing Allied Invasion. Trapeze Artist to the neck of Macho Boy, who tries to hold. Trapeze Artist goes by. Macho Boy and Trapeze Artist going to win the finale by a neck. Trapeze Artist over Macho Boy. Final time for the 7 furlongs was 1:25.1.
Trapeze Artist closes out this Sunday card and the meet here at Aqueduct. Trevor McCarthy, Wayne Potts.
Trevor McCarthy had a very nice meet here at Aqueduct. First full winter he spent here. And a very, very game Macho Boy. He just doesn't seem to be able to break through. He's, just can't get over the hump. He did all the dirty work. Good ride by Mike Luzzi. Just came up second best to Trapeze Artist.
Macho Boy ran too good to lose here, and just could not finish in the stretch. Trapeze Artist, 5-year-old gelding by Trap Shot, comes and gets him second win of his career in 16 starts. It had been a while since he had that only win of his career to break his maiden.
Yeah, it took him a while to do it, but he got the right kind of trip, was always in position to win. That's one of his jockey, Trevor McCarthy's strengths, putting horses in position to win.
2-8-5. Eric Cancel winds up in third on his final opportunity of the afternoon. 6-win day and a third in the last. Not too bad at all for that young man who collects the first riding title of his career here in New York. Back at Tampa Bay. Stakes action continues. The Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Fillies, purse of $110,000, and Princess Secret favored, coming in off back-to-back wins. Let's see our post parade. We'll kick things off here with fan Kathleen O'Connell has won back-to-back starts as well.
Yeah, steps up in company, in good form though, speed from the inside.
8-1 on Gojo Jogo.
Hasn't been able to handle the likes of Princess Secret, but she's, now a 3-year-old filly. Maybe she developed and changed.
Can't believe I got that out. I wish the best for Richard Grunder. Psychic Ability, Gregory Sacco.
Got back to the dirt, came with a big closing run last time. Would have to get better.
You want to get State Bred's last out. Sky Proposal, trained by Kelly Breen.
Yeah, horse, it's a hard-knocking, consistent kind of horse. Turns back in distance.
Quinoa Tifa for Juan Alvarado. Comes out of a stakes race. Was no match against that group.
Like that name, Quinoa Tifa.
There are some very tough tongue twisters in this race. East Wing Roy Lerman.
Stretched out off a nice maiden win for Roy Lerman and Lamb Home. I like her 7/8. I think that's a good distance for her.
And 2 stakes wins for Princess Secret coming in. This will be her 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, this is a very consistent, hard-knocking filly. He's got a nice work tab behind her.
Our Adios Jersey taking play at 4-1 for Georgina Baxter. 3 for 3 to start her career.
Undefeated and has speed with Paco Lopez. Paco's not bashful about letting horses be free running.
Ray, are we there yet? 8-1 currently. Comes in off a maiden-breaking win.
Yeah, good figures, both starts. Louis Caraval does a good job. Another one with speed from the outside.
13-1 on Special Princess.
Turns back in distance, does sport a win at the distance at Tampa.
And Adios Trippy, they tried her in the Grade 2 Devona Dale last time out. Second in that race was Crazy Beautiful. We just saw win the Gulfstream Park Oaks yesterday.
Yeah, obviously something went amiss that day. She was pulled up. She comes back here. But she has the addition of Lasix again, and maybe that had the key to her being eased last time.
No, prior to that, she won the Gasparilla as well, a Tampa Stakes race. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, guys, when you look at this race, you focus obviously on the 8 and Daniel Pita's charge here in Princess Secret. When you look, she's gotten the best of a couple of these horses in this race, and she's coming off a 2-race win streak. And this filly by Kozan has been off since September 26th, the same time the 2 horses have been off. So they're coming in here first-time Lasix in their 3-year-old debuts. And I thought the 8 was going to take some beating in here. But the more I look at this race, I actually think there is going to be some pace in this race. And I actually love the 2 a lot in here. I think this horse is going to get pace to run at in here. When you look at the 9 on the outside, our Adios Jersey, my worry with her is that she's had a little bit of gait issues, and she's rushed up in her starts. If she breaks sharply, she could be the speed of the speed, and I think Paco will try to take it to him. If that happens, I think the pace will really speed up, and I'm trying to get out, boys. I'm coming with the 2 from downtown.
All right, Polly, good luck with it. 7-1 on Gojo Jogo. From post 2 in here, several of these making their 3-year-old debut. She's one of them. And still the favorite, Mig Princess Secret at 9-5 on the board. And then you have our Adios Jersey, that undefeated filly, 3 for 3. JK, where are you going to wind up here?
Yeah, I think this race is about the 8 and the 9. Like Paulie said, Pace can make the race. We'll see what happens here. I think the 8 and the 9 are just faster. I feel like this is the type of race where a speed of the speed is going to get the job done. The 8 is interesting because she's got fast numbers as a 2-year-old that kind of are better than these horses at what have been running as 3-year-olds. So if she improves even a little bit, she's going to be very hard to beat, but she is coming in off a pretty long layoff. I'm going to go with the 9, our Adios Jersey, for a couple of reasons. One, she has fast early pace figures. So if I'm looking for the speed of the speed, I want the horse that can go the fastest early, can put the pressure, and I like that for our Adios Jersey. The other reason, I got to be honest, is one of my good friends, Anthony Matera, the ATM, owns our Adios Jersey. They named this horse after his farewell to Jersey before he moved south to Florida. So I'm hoping that our Adios Jersey can get the job done, and I love her draw outside of her main competition.
That'd be a nice new welcome to the Sunshine State. Get a win here, 3-1 with this filly by Adios Charlie. We'll see if she is the speed of the speed. But yeah, Princess Secret, she has run some big numbers early on in her career. Can she take that progression now from 2 to 3?
Well, that's always the question, and if they do, obviously it makes her doubly dangerous, as J.K. Suggested. The 10-horse, Ray, Are We There Yet? Trained by Louis Carval. He trained a pretty good sprinter a few years ago named Imperial Hint. This guy knows his way around a good horse. He was actually a pretty good jockey, too, before he turned to training. This filly's very quick, and maybe being outside gives her an opportunity to stalk from the outside.
All right, now she's 9-1 on the board. Talking about the 10 Rare that we did there yet, Daughter of First Dude. And meanwhile, next to her, Special Princess. It's a great race. You have a 13-1 shot in the 11, who's a stakes winner at Tampa a couple back. She beat Adios Trippy in that race. You go top to bottom in this field, and there's contenders at numbers.
Get Jose Ferrer, who nearly pulled off an upset in the last race with Classy Woman at a huge price. Won the Tampa Bay Derby earlier in the year, or early in the meet, excuse me. And I can't believe he's still doing it at this level. We were apprentice jockeys together.
Incredible.
I haven't ridden in 11 years. He's still winning Tampa Bay Derbies.
Loading up here for the Stonehenge Farm, South Sophomore fillies. 7/8 of a mile. It remains, well, the 8 and 9, Princess Secret and Our Adios Jersey, they have pulled even on the board. Co-favorites at 2-1. But Princess Secret, making her 3-year-old debut, up to this point, had been favored throughout. Richard Grunder with the calls. The stakes action from Oldsmar, Florida continues.
Special Princess. From the far outside, Adios Trippy will be the last to move in line. She steps in. They're at the post. And they're off and running in the 18th renewal of the Stonehenge Sophomore Filly Stakes. From the outside, Our Adios Jersey is away alertly and gunning right for the early lead. There's Sky Proposal, the gray filly. Moving through toward the rail now, moving up to challenge second. Also away with the top flight is Kiana Tefa, and far back in the early going, Special Princess. They link up at the main track in Our Adios Jersey. Scampers clear now to lead the race by 2. Sky Proposal is on the chase second. Fan right there between horses third. Kiana Tefa now racing along for it. From the outside, Princess Secret. The favorite is 4 deep and racing along 5th. Psychic Ability is there 6th. 3 parts of a length. Ray, Are We There Yet? Now 7th. From the outside, Adios Trippy is carried wide but on the move 8th. Then it's 4 lengths farther back to East Wing now 9th. Then we go back to Special Princess racing 10th. And Go, Jojo Go is 11th and last. They approach the quarter-mile pole. Our Adios Jersey and Paco Lopez have the lead. 3 parts of a length. Fan set down for the drive now second. Moving up from between horses, Psychic Ability is now 3rd, and on the outside, Ray, Are We There Yet? 4th, but meanwhile up front, Our Adios Jersey, being confidently handled, is still clear, and now moves away to lead by 3. Psychic Ability appears to be the only one with a chance. From the outside, Ray, Are We There Yet? Surging late, but down to the wire, Our Adios Jersey and Paco Lopez make every pole a winning one to score by 2.5 on the wire. Psychic Ability second. Ray, Are We There Yet? 3rd. And a photo for 4th. Running time on the board, 1:23.35.
Our Adios Jersey scoots away from this group late. Winds up going off at 8-5 in the end.
Yeah, filly, that's been perfect. She showed good speed today. Was able to carry it the full 7 furlongs. And you got to respect horses that don't know how to lose.
She has never experienced it. Perfect 4 for 4 now in her career. She didn't debut until mid-December, towards the end of her 2-year-old campaign, and she is rolling right along now into her 3-year-old season, and that's the way you want to start things off. Wow, 4 for 4 for this Daughter of Adios Charlie for Georgina Baxter.
Man, what a hind end on her. You see the hind end on her? That's where they get their speed from. Horses propel themselves. They don't pull themselves. She has some hind end on her.
The engine. Whew. Adios Charlie, impressive. We'll have those prices coming up. 9, 3, 10, 14-1 shot, by the way, checking in second. Back at Oaklawn, 7th. State 20 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. Rolling Fork, who dismissed by a neck at this level in the second start of his career, is the 8-5 current top choice on the board.
Really good run last time. Very game. Ran too good to lose.
As did the outside runner, Macho Rocket Man. We'll get to him in a minute. Here's Risky Situation, 0 for 11 so far.
Yeah, a lot of chances, a couple of decent efforts, but it's hard to trust a horse that's had that many opportunities.
It comes out of a race that was way over his head, big drop, but he's been in low levels before. Here's the favorite, Ricardo Santana Jr. for John Ortiz.
Yeah, homebred for short leave stable, John Ed Anthony, Arkansas bred. Very game in defeat last time.
No cussing. 0 for 3 on the board to this point, but against tougher.
Yeah, much tougher, but really has not shown much at all.
Gonna Get You. Start number 2 was 32-1 at this level in the debut.
Yeah, it took no money on debut and not taking much money today. Didn't show a lot.
Another one who took very little action in the debut in a similar spot, One Way Street.
Yeah, would have to dramatically improve.
Roll Dinero Roll. This is one you can definitely make a case for Don Von Hemel.
A horse that had good speed last time, tired a bit late.
Luis Quinones rides 5-1 currently on the Son of Sky Mesa. Cat's Hitman, and by virtue of just the drop in class, this one's interesting.
Drop in class and turn back in distance. The sprints were pretty decent. This horse is taking a legitimate drop in class.
First time in for a claiming tag, and then I actually thought Macho Rocket Man will be the one who was favored. Right now, second choice. Just missed by a nose off more than a year's layoff at start number 2.
Yeah, it was very game that day. Just missed, and outside post certainly a help.
Second by a nose in that return race. Jonathan, where do you wind up here in Oaklawn?
Yeah, second by a nose, and that comeback was off for quite a bit of time, so came in first off a layoff. Typically, these horses will continue to get better off of layoffs. The more they run, the more fit they become. And if you watch the way that the 11 Macho Rocket Man ran last time, took the lead about the 8th pole, and then got tired. So it's a perfect setup for this horse to be a little bit sharper. And like Richie mentioned, I love the outside draw. I love the outside draw basically everywhere that doesn't have a good rail on a certain day. But basically an outside draw in dirt races where you can show your speed, you're in the clear, you're not getting stopped and having to start and stop and getting into trouble. I like outside draws on the dirt. Completely different on the turf, but in dirt races, I like where the 11 Macho Rocket Man has drawn, and I'm expecting this horse to run a little bit better second time out.
Yeah, that was a 13-month layoff when he just missed by a nose, but a 4-year-old now trying to break his maiden. We have a few 4-year-olds in this group, but if he can repeat that effort or move just a little bit forward off that, he's going to be tough.
Yeah, and it's interesting with the Arkansas breds, Greg, because they only get to run against Arkansas breds at this Oaklawn meeting. So when Oaklawn ends in May, now they go to Kentucky Derby Day, they won't have that opportunity to run against Arkansas breds again until next year when Oaklawn opens. So they either have to go open company or ship around. So I see sometimes that you have these lengthy layups with Arkansas breds because I think their connections say, well, let's just wait instead of shipping around trying to find races because the money's so good against Arkansas breds and we only race against a limited gene pool.
9-5 favorite, though, remains the 2 Rolling Fork. This will be the 3rd start for him. He missed by a neck, running second. 3-year-old son of Midshipman with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the irons. We talked about the 6 as a contender, should be forwardly placed early on. Showed good speed last time out. And then Cat's Hitman, the 8, as well. Taking a big drop in class. Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's race 7. Starts the late pick 4 from Oaklawn.
Man. They're at the post. They're off. Rolling Fork and Gonna Getcha shows speed. No cussing between horses. Cat's Hitman and Macho Rocket Man. 5 of them. Mix it up the backstretch. Roll Dinero Roll is in 6th and Risky Situation. And the trailer is One Way Street. Rolling Fork rides the rail to a short lead from No Cussing Gonna Getcha. A 4 wide Cat's Hitman and Macho Rocket Man will be 5 wide all the way around the far turn. Gonna be tough for him. And they race around that far turn with Rolling Fork just in front. Rolling Fork, a length and a quarter in front of Cat's Hitman in second. Macho Rocket Man follows him. Then comes No Cussing, who drops out. Soda's Gonna Get You. Risky Situation splits horses. Here's Risky Situation moving up into fourth. Meanwhile, Rolling Fork is the one to catch. Rolling Fork, top of the stretch with a 2-length lead on Cat's Hitman in second. Macho Rocket Man is third. Risky Situation is next. And from the center of the racetrack, Rolled and Arrow Roll is moving up, but it's Rolling Fork past mid-stretch, and now he's hand-ridden. Rolling Fork, Rolled and Arrow Roll, or Risky Situation for second. Rolling Fork coasts home to win. He won by 8, and it could have been a lot more than that. Risky Situation.
That was pretty darn easy for Rolling Fork.
That was very impressive. You could see when he got so comfortable and Ricardo Santana was able to give him a breather around the entire far turn. He had 2 handfuls of horse, asked him to run a little bit, not even really set him down, and this horse just quickened away. This was pretty impressive.
Does he stay in the barn, the question, or did he get claimed? He might be tackling a little tougher company next time out. No, regardless, he was going to face winners, but wow.
Well, he looks like he certainly could take a step up. That was a big improvement off his first 2 starts, and his last race was good.
Another victory for the Beats leading rider, Ricardo Santana Jr. That's probably the easiest one he had of the meet. We're going to take a break in the action. When we return, recap everything that happened on the Derby Trail, stateside and abroad as well. Todd Pletcher back in the Derby picture. And Wesley Ward with his first Derby starter. We'll be back.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sir-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDBStallions.com to book your mare today.
Climax Stallions is coming to New York with Mr. Monomoy. At 3, Mr. Monomoy dominated the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes at Fairgrounds, going wire to wire.
Mr. Monomoy leads them home in the first division of the Risen Star Stakes.
He's also a half-brother to 2-time Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Monomoy Girl. Mr. Monomoy, standing in New York at Waldorf Farm for $5,000. For more information, visit ClimaxStallions.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on our live coverage from across the country here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Back at Oaklawn, Rolling Fork just rolling along to the easiest of victories here to kick off this late pick 4 and meet leading rider Ricardo Santana Jr. Racks up another one here.
Taking peeks back under both
Long
shoulders.
peeks back.
I tell you, we got to patent a rear view mirror for jockeys, somehow hook it up on the goggles. But, boy, this horse, he's got a beautiful stride to him, too. Really reaches out, covers a lot of ground.
Did you ever take a look back like Ricardo did there and you get a little worried? Wait a minute, no one's even in sight?
I wasn't particularly good at looking back. It wasn't one of my strong suits.
I'd be too scared someone's coming to my outside. Rolling Fork, $6.40. I guess you hear him coming, though. 2-1-8. This was impressive for a state-bred maiden 20. Not bad at all. Oof. We'll get to the 8th in a bit. Back in New York, That's a wrap of the meet. Trapeze artist, $18.40, and a man who, you said it, has had a tremendous showing as well, Trevor McCarthy with the win.
I've been really impressed with Trevor. You know, a rider that is a bit taller, has to really work to look good on his horses, make his weight. He's been very impressive, always shows up prepared and rides hard. The trapeze artist was always in position to win.
2-8 exacta in that finale, that late pick 5 follow along, $472 with really just one horse at any kind of number in there. 8-1 in the finale. Outside of that, all extremely logical first or second choices on the board. Pays to play. That late pick 5, always outstanding. Promise you we're going to show you what happened on a very busy Saturday afternoon on the road to the Kentucky Derby, and we got some new contenders potentially. One for Todd Pletcher after that victory in the Florida Derby, a horse who had beat Greatest Honor before at 1 1/8. He was coming off a big performance at Gulfstream, and he backed it up again on Saturday afternoon. And in the process, Irad Ortiz Jr. sets a new meet record for wins.
Yeah, and he's just a bit handier than Greatest Honor, the 7. You're going to see Irad's able to go forward here and get his position going forward, where Jose had to just tap on the brakes a little bit, not quite as handy as the winner. And honestly, this horse has matured, put himself in the game. Known Agenda here takes the lead, wanted to lug in a little bit. Irad gets after him. He straightens up. I think that Greatest Honor had every opportunity to close the gap. He was a bit one pace through the stretch.
And Todd Pletcher, record 6th win in the Florida Derby for him. He actually credited John Velasquez after a defeat in the Sam F. Davis for recommending to put the blinkers on this horse, which they did in the very next start. And now it's back-to-back wins with the equipment change.
And Johnny Velasquez on the runner-up, Soup and Sandwich there inside, who reluctant to change leads. Horse hanging on his left lead. If he's going to beat horses at a top level, he's going to have to learn how to change leads, do things properly. I think it's a confluence of things, though, with Known Agenda, Greg. I think he's maturing. I think he's figured the game out. Like the light bulb, the proverbial light bulb's gone on, and the blinkers. And Irad Ortiz fits this horse to a glove. Irad's a rider that kind of demands a horse's maximum effort, and some colts need that very firm hand. I think they're a perfect match.
Still was a little green in the stretch, got lugged out, lugged in a little bit, but horse who's improving big time right now. Back-to-back wins. He stamped his ticket to the Derby. Here's more on your winner of this Derby prep, and it's on to Louisville.
I think this horse gets 1.5 miles. I mean, he's always given us that impression. The further he goes, the better he gets. So, you know, we were more worried about getting him involved early, and you know, Gulfstream maybe being a little bit too speed favoring for his liking. But you know, he put himself in a great spot today. Despite being on the inside all the way down the backside, he kept improving his position, which, you know, I wasn't sure he was going to do that a few starts ago.
He's still a tiny green. Do you think this horse can get better?
I think so. He's not only green, but he's a little bit lazy, you know, and so I think we're just starting to get to the bottom of him a little bit. And it's great when you have a horse with this type of talent. He comes over, nothing bothers him. He's quiet in the paddock. You know, he takes in all the surroundings so well. That's a big edge in these big races.
Never count him out. 6th win in the Florida Derby for Todd Pletcher with Known Agenda. Meanwhile, Jeff Ruby Stakes. And like the King, credit to Gary Stevens and the team. They decided to change tactics with this horse, take him back out of the race early on, and boy, did it pay dividends.
Well, that's the advantage of having a former rider and a Hall of Fame rider as your agent. You can discuss strategy. Wesley Ward rode with Gary before he turned to training, and give this horse more of a chance. You can see he's kind of a bigger, longer, gangly horse that would probably appreciate getting the bit put in his mouth, getting an opportunity to settle more. I think he was very lucky to win this race. I think the 5 Sainthood was the best horse in the race. Todd Pletcher kind of got stymied between horses as they turned for home, but you know, I know they claimed foul against the winner. It was more a function of the horse on the lead, Moonlight Strike, kind of drifting out into his path, and Drake Van Dyke is under no obligation to give him room. If anything, you're happy to stymie him if you can.
Yeah, you saw him take a long look over after that bump right there. It was a long look at this objection. In the end, there was no change. If they do go on to the Derby, look, Like a King, he's been on dirt twice. At Belterra in his debut, distant second. Race taken off the turf at Keeneland, distant third. But if they do go, it will be Wesley Ward's first ever Kentucky Derby starter. Had a horse who could have gone in 2014, drew post 20, and ultimately the owner said, nah, I think we'll pass.
And I think this horse will be a big long shot, and rightfully so. I don't, watching that horse's stride in the stretch, I don't think he'll handle dirt very well.
Well, it remains to be seen if he will move on. He has the points to do so. And by far the best performance of his career. Meanwhile, on the Dubai World Cup undercard, UAE Derby, Rebels Romance. He was coming off the first defeat of his career. He got right back to his winning ways with a dominant performance in the UAE Derby.
I thought this horse was very impressive, and the biggest thing to me that stood out was how far he carried William Buick without having to be asked. He stayed in the bridle. This speaks to a horse's stamina. He was a little bit late getting over to his right lead. When he does finally get to his right lead, he really levels off and finishes. So jumped to his right lead there just before the 200-meter mark. Was very wide the first turn. I think it's a really nice horse. I don't know what he was beating, but I like how long he traveled in the bridle.
My own 3/16 as well, Preakness winning distance. So we know it can certainly get a route of ground here around 2 turns here. So Rebels Romance now 4 for 5 in his career. We'll wait and see if he goes. Of course, Godolphin, this is sort of their backup plan. They have Essential Quality, undefeated, the 2-year-old champion. Charlie Appleby, his trainer, was asked about it. He said, look, we don't know if we're going to go yet. We're going to wait, suss it out, but we're going to start with looking ahead to next year's Dubai World Cup and sort of work backwards from there.
Well, they have bench strength. They have Essential Quality,
No
a 2-year-old champion. If he wasn't around, I guarantee you he'd be going to the Derby, but they might have a better candidate.
Race like that, why not go in with numbers? Anything can happen in that race. Wouldn't you want to be there with more than less?
Yeah, but I think if you feel like you have the goods, why use another horse up?
There's no race like it, though. Anything can happen. Probably traffic issues.
No doubt about it. Yeah.
You could be stuck outside or on the rail.
Godolphin usually makes pretty sound decision when it comes to their horses, though. I think they'll.
We don't know that he's not going.
No, he may be going, but
Yeah.
also too, Charlie Appleby is a trainer that definitely takes his time. He's thoughtful. You want to see how a horse comes out of a race, how he eats, how he trains after a few days, and then make those decisions. We're always in such a hurry to find out where they're going next. Sometimes I think that the connections need to enjoy the moment.
Yeah, no question. But you're in these Derby preps with one thing in mind, to get to that first Saturday in May as well, usually. Take a look at the Derby preps coming up next weekend. Wood Memorial, which happens right here, grade 2 at Aqueduct, and 100 points to the winner of that race is coming up. A loaded group. Santa Anita Derby out on the West Coast in the Bluegrass from Keeneland. It is going to be a very eventful weekend on the road to the Derby.
Big day of preps there, and this is it. This is basically, you stamp your ticket here. I mean, I guess there's a Lexington afterwards, but this is the make or break weekend.
No question. So it's going to be fun to watch. We're going to have a lot more coming up in terms of the road to the Kentucky Derby, and fun piece ahead. Stay with us. The Clintons and Oaklawn have a rich history. Stay tuned for that next.
Caraconte, a leading sire amongst his crop by percentage of stakes horses. Caraconte is off to a strong start at stud. Top runners include graded stakes winners Kenzai Warrior and Sol Volante. Plus, 2-year-old stakes winner Spanish Love Affair and dual surface dynamo Princess Grace.
To Princess Grace.
A rising star with graded stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Spendthrift, the Breeders' Farm. Good to have you with us as we have more coming up from Oaklawn in Tampa Bay on this Sunday afternoon here on Fox Sports 2. 12th at Tampa in Oldsmobile, Florida is next. This one a mile on the turf, a $16,000 claiming race. And you just told me that you like a horse at a price here.
Yeah, I like the 6 horse, and you're waiting for a star. I know this horse is coming off a, layoff since October, but I think this horse's races are all good enough to win this race at a 10-1. I think there's a lot to like.
Here's Over to You for Roy Lerman, who's a 4-time winner on the grass.
Roy Lerman does a terrific job.
Elusive Rider, 5-1.
5-1, kind of a closer in a race that does have some speed.
Skip the 3. Here's Pioneer of New York.
Pioneer of New York. Last race was bad, but that was when it rained off. 3 starts back, race certainly good enough.
Magic Hatter, big price at 17-1.
Kind of runs consistent numbers, but just maybe a little bit slower than some of these.
And waiting for a star. It's going to be the 5-year-old debut and moving to a new barn.
Yeah, new barn. Alex Kazin, the owner, but this horse has got good numbers, and the layoff's the question, but I like the price.
8-year-old mare, still with some ability, just missed 2 starts back for this level.
Yeah, and sometimes when they get to this age, though, you don't know what you're going to get. And she came back with a poor race, but if she runs one of her better races.
Lucy's Town, this is the favorite right now, 2-time winner on the grass.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit easier than what she's been facing in those handicaps.
And 7-2 right here on Lake Parima, daughter of Temple City.
Has speed, outside post, not forced into the race, probably gets a nice trip.
And also eligible that draws into the race here, Sweet Story at 27-1.
Yeah, a horse that, sometimes you look at a horse with an outside post, well, they're fast enough to clear, or they're slow enough to get outrun. This horse looks like she's kind of stuck in the middle. I can't see a trip for her.
Skipped over this one. Here's the 3, Classical Magic, who just came onto the track. Wilmer Garcia rides.
Obviously a contender. Horse has speed and will fight for it.
Yeah, this one's going to be out in front early on. 4-time winner on the grass and taking play at 5-1 on the board. And that's your field here for this 12th at Tampa coming up. So favorite remains the 9 in here, 5-2 on Lucy's Town. Let's check in with Paul Duca.
You know what, Greg and Mig, I've taken the serious approach, and now I'm just going to lounge around because my pockets are sort of empty, and I got one last bet left on the card today, and I'm going to go with the 2. I like Elusive Rider a little bit in here for Moises Llanes. This is a horse that Moises already got a win on the card. I'm a little bit worried about the 3, though, too, as well, because I think the 3 could be lone speed in here and has ran into a couple decent horses that were behind him or behind her the last couple times. So the 3, if they let her get away with slower fractions, she could be dangerous. We've already seen a couple horses at big prices, but I do like the 2. I give the 1 a little bit. And here's another guy named JK that likes the 2 a little bit.
Dang, my man Paulie, I feel bad because you look a little dejected. You got that lean back. That happens sometimes when things aren't going well. But now you're going to be mad at me because I'm going to pick the horse that you need to get out. So it's either going to be a good thing or a bad thing. It's got a lot of weight. I'm going to do my best here to try to make it make sense. I love inside draws and turf races. Richie can speak to this, but saving ground on the grass is paramount. We talk about it. Oaklawn, I like being on the outside and getting those kind of in the clear trips. I don't care if I lose ground, but in turf races, I want to save ground, especially in turf races where I don't really see a horse that stands out. I feel like the 2 Elusive Riders are going to get a nice trip on the inside, save ground, and kick home in a group where he fits in just fine.
Well, I hope that happens, JK, because to be honest with you, there's mimosas waiting for me right behind our beautiful camerawoman, Amy, who's doing an unbelievable job here at Tampa.
It's a little bit late for a mimosa, isn't it? Isn't that? It's like 5:30 there.
No. When you're down as much as I am today, there's not late for any kind of alcohol right now.
We'll see if the celebration starts for Paulie here momentarily. Look, Elusive Rider, her running style, she's going to have to save ground because she's going to come from very far out of it, Mig.
Yeah, and she's going to have to work out a trip. But I tell you the truth, while these guys are talking, fired up my Naira Bets account. I'm boxing 2, 3, 6 in exactas and trifectas.
All right, good luck to you. not using the favorite in here. You talk about saving ground. The one who's absolutely going to be able to save the ground and really make her own trip in here is Classical Magic, who Paulie mentioned looks like she's lone speed, and she really was benefited with the scratch of the 12. The other primary speed, she could be all alone in front.
Yeah, and we've seen speed is dangerous. When a horse gets an uncontested lead and they get comfortable, they get brave, they're tough to run down. So I like the two. A closer, Jose Ferrer riding well. The 3, Classical Magic, Lone Speed. And I just think the 6 is a big overlay. I think this horse is, if she's fit enough, she's a contender.
She's come down a little bit, 9-1 on the board right now. 5-year-old mare by Go Sapper. As the 2, Paul, J.K. hopes on this one here. This 7-year-old mare by Elusive Quality. She won at this level on a race that was taken off the turf 2 starts back. It had been a while before, but she had put together back-to-back wins on the grass at Tampa, and one of them against an entry-level allowance group. Richard Grunder with the call. Here is race 12 from Tampa Bay Downs.
2 more to go. Magic Hatter. And from the outside, Sweet Story. Sweet Story steps in, and we're ready to close it out for a memorable Florida Cup Day 2021. And they're off and running at the 1 mile distance on a perfectly maintained turf course. Classical Magic is away sharply and right to the early lead. Lake Parima moves up on the outside now. Second, Pioneer of New York is away with a top flight toward the rail. Third, Waiting for a Star comes away now. Fourth and far back in the early going is Lucy's Town. As they make their charge to the clubhouse turn and sort themselves out, Classical Magic in hand and on the lead, and has it now by 2.5. Along the rail is Pioneer of New York. Now racing along, second up on the outside, that's Waiting for a Star. Then it's 2.5 lengths farther back to Tanager along the rail. Then it's 1.5 lengths farther back to Over to You. Racing along 7th as they continue their journey up the backstretch. Classical Magic now shows the way and the margin by 1.5 lengths. That's Lake Parima up on the outside, moving up a closer second. Pioneer of New York is there third. Waiting for a Star is a bit closer fourth. 2 lengths farther back, Over to You, now being asked to pick it up along the rail. Now racing along 5th. On the outside, Magic Hatter is now 6th. Tanager now 7th. 1.5 lengths farther back, Elusive Rider between horses, now racing 8th. Being passed by Sweet Story on the outside. Racing along 9th, Lucy's Town still the trailer as they approach the quarter-mile pole. The pace quickens and the complexion changes. Here's Waiting for a Star. Moving up on the outside, Classical Magic. The whip is out. Along the rail now, racing along second. Here's Pioneer of New York shooting through toward the rail as they're into the stretch. Classical Magic is battling back gamely. Waiting for a Star, and Huber Villa Gomez on the outside now going to the lead at 11-1. Waiting for a Star is now in front and going away. Up on the outside, Lake Parima. And here's Lucy's Town flying on, but it's too late. Waiting for a Star made first run and scores the upset in the 12th and final on Cup Day at Tampa.
Waiting for a Star. Nice call. Richard Migliori. Uber Villa Gomez guides this one to the winner's circle for the 4th win of her career.
Always traveling in a good spot. Did a really good job getting this horse to settle. She hit the front. I got a little worried mid-stretch that maybe that layoff was going to show up on her, but she kept finding. And then my attention turned to the runner-up, the 3 Classical Magic. I needed her to hang on for second to round out my exacta. Yes. I almost feel as good as Eric Cancel right now.
He's the star of the show, but you're a close second.
No, he's absolutely the star of the show, the star of the day, and obviously the jockey star of the Aqueduct meet.
8th at Oakland. Mile and a 16th, 12,000 starter allowance coming up, honoring major favored right now. Robertino Diodoro just claimed this horse coming off a monster effort out west at Santa Anita.
Yep, shows up here at Oakland, and Robertino Diodoro's got a reach. He has horses in a lot of places.
11-1, by the way, and Waiting for a Star, Mig. Nice call back at Tampa. So here's Canadian Game. William Martin, Walter De La Cruz aboard. Here's our favorite, honoring major 5-year-old by Sky Mesa.
Horse that has good speed, has run some fast races. looks really good on the racetrack.
Yeah, he does. 9-5. Exulting Mike Maker just claimed this one off of Steve Asmussen.
It stretches out in distance, although this horse has run long in the past.
He's reclaimed him. He used to have him in his barn not too long ago. Skip ahead to Greeley and Ben, who's been very, very good, winning a lot sprinting, and now they're going to stretch him out.
Yeah, but you get several of these stretching out types in this race that have speed going shorter. Could get pretty busy on the front end.
He has won at a mile before. He's at 5-1 on the board. Gambler's Fallacy, he's at 9-5 as well. He's won 2 of his last 3.
Major contender, and should get a good setup too, because he's a horse that wants pace to run at.
34-1. Next door on a horse is coming out of the Essex handicap.
Yeah, it's been running over his head, gets in a more realistic spot, but big price.
I Will Stand. We'll see next. 6-1 Ron Moquette, 5-year-old son of Awesome Patriot, who was second, beat 2 lengths to Gambler's Fallacy in his most recent effort.
Yeah, but a horse that seems to like to set up shop close, and I think there's going to be a pretty decent pace on here.
And a horse who came from the clouds to win in the slop at a lower level racetrack last time out, the Rouge Diesel for John Cox.
Yeah, and he'll need things to get hot on the front end, but he's that type of horse that's a deep closer.
So a minute to post here coming up. JK, it's a horse coming from out west who's the favorite on the board right now.
Yeah, I like the 3 Honoring Major. He goes to Diodoro. Obviously, Diodoro winning at such a high percentage. He's a 30% guy on the year, 30% guy at the meet. And when he gets a horse, he claimed this horse for 12.5 in California and brought him here for this starter allowance. The starter allowance race, the condition essentially, we're pressed for time, is that you had to have started for a certain price. This horse gets in all off the goalpost starting for that price. He won that race. He ran fast in that race. I think he's going to be extremely hard to beat in here. The only other horse I could get excited about was the 8 Gambler's Fallacy, and he was right there in the same kind of wheelhouse from a price standpoint. So I have no problem taking the one I like at 8-5. I'll take the 3 Honoring Major.
All right, JK, thanks. Yeah, he's 8-5 on the board with good reason. That was a very big effort. And aside from, he's in a tough starter allowance a couple starts back, he's usually really consistent.
Yeah, consistent and tactical. There's horses in here that you think are going to need the lead or at least be batting for the lead. This horse could set up shop right in behind them.
There he is, about to move in with David Cohen, that 3 with those white blinkers on. Again, 8-5 favorite on the board, stepping in, looking to go back-to-back. He's been at Oaklawn before, just 1 for 8 here on this track, but it certainly looks like he's in the best form of his career right now. And we'll see if Robertino Diodoro, one of the best claiming trainers in the game, can keep him there. Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's the 8th from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Slow start, Greeley and Ben. Canadian Game and Exulting shows speed. I Will Stand and Uphold. These 4 go out. I Will Stand is quickest. Honoring Major comes away in 5th. Then Greeley and Ben, followed by Gambler's Fallacy. And the early trailer is the Rouge Diesel. Exulting faster than I Will Stand to the backstretch. They're really not going very fast right now. And Exulting leads by 2 lengths. I Will Stand is second 3/4 of a length to a 3-wide Uphold. Canadian Game at the rail. And Honoring Major between horses. Then it's 2.5 back to Greeley and Ben, another 2 lengths to Gambler's Fallacy, and then 8 lengths last to the Rouge Diesel as they head up the backstretch, and Exulting is doing his thing on the front end. Exulting is 3.5 lengths in front of I Will Stand in second. Canadian Game, Honoring Major about to split horses and Uphold 3 wide. Here's Honoring Major now to be a joint 3rd and 4 from the front. Greeley and Ben has 6 lengths to make up. He's joined by Gambler's Fallacy. Desperately last is the Rouge Diesel, and the leader is Exulting, but now only a 1/2 length from I Will Stand. Exulting has the lead. I Will Stand is second. Here's Honoring Major to put his white blinkers into 3rd, but he's pretty much all in and still 3 from the front. Then comes Gambler's Fallacy, top of the stretch, Exulting and I Will Stand. Gambler's Fallacy has just moved up to take 3rd. He's 3 from the front. I Will Stand, the one to catch, now a length in front. Exulting is second. Gambler's Fallacy, Honoring Major, and I Will Stand leads. It is I Will Stand with Exulting battling back from the inside and doing his best. Honoring Major just retook 3rd. I Will Stand, Honoring Major suddenly, I Will Stand beat Honoring Major. Exulting and Gambler's Fallacy.
Well, I Will Stand gets the win. This was a strange race. It looked like Honoring Major put in his best run, and then he was done, and all of a sudden, late in the stretch, he sort of re-rallies and gets second.
Yeah, he was just kind of running in place. Didn't look like he made his run and kind of flattened out. And I think when he got out of the kickback, when he finally got out completely from behind the 10, he kind of dropped his head and he took off running again. Meanwhile, the 10 worked out a perfect trip under David Cabrera. I Will Stand. Stalking, the stretching out, the 4 exulting. And the difference in trips is what made the difference in who winds up in the winner's circle.
10-3-4 finish. I Will Stand. Ron Moquett of Whitmore fame with your winner here. And a 5-year-old son of Awesome Patriot wins for the 6th time in his career. When we come back, I'll look ahead to next weekend. Stay with us.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Gaining late, boat outside. Guitar Tribute, who's storming home.
Mama was raising horses. They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1. Let your light shine through. Gotta get in, it's a winner. Now the world's been waiting on you.
Back on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Hope you've enjoyed the program. We're not done yet. Well, aside from American Pharoah's history-making Triple Crown win back in 2015 at the Belmont, the loudest cheer that you heard that day was when they showed former President Clinton on the infield video board. Clinton's mother, Virginia, she was an avid racing fan, so much so her answering machine used to say, if I'm not here, I'm probably down at the racetrack. Her home track was Oaklawn Park, where she rarely missed a day.
My mom, she had such an incredible love for racehorses in general, Oaklawn specifically. I went to Oaklawn grade school. We grew up a half mile from Oaklawn Park, just straight down Oaklawn Street. And she worked from about 5:30 in the morning at the hospital until about an hour before post. She just give her time to get back and do some handicapping. Mother's main thing when she was handicapping She loved the drop in class. And then she would certainly also play the very professional, fairly highly scientific method of betting the gray horse. My brother and I, we can't really do anything without thinking of our mother. When I see that one picture of her reading a racing form, with how beautiful was that with the word Oaklawn on the tote board, that represents my childhood. Right here, this is where it all started, right here. Oaklawn Park.
When she passed away, they put up a really touching note on the infield video board to Oaklawn's #1 fan.
It's just so cool, and I love the story, and you can see the emotion from her son Roger there. But Mike Smith, who used to winter at Oaklawn quite a bit, talked about her for years, that she knew all the riders and she was a mainstay there. So she was a bit legendary amongst the jockey colony as well. And to think that the President of the United States mother was such a huge racing fan, what better endorsement do we need than that?
Yeah, went to presidential inauguration, and then a couple days later went to opening day.
Can't miss opening
had no
day.
time to stay in D.C.
Can't miss opening day.
Let's get back to Oaklawn and wrap up the 8th race. And one more time here again. Wow, it just took a long time for the favorite to kind of kick into gear. Eventually did, but it was too late.
Yeah, but he did settle like mid-stretch and finally kind of drop his head and got to run. It looked like he was going to be off the board, and then all of a sudden it looks like he might actually even pull it out, but I will stand. David Cabrera has been very impressive. I like watching this young man ride. He's handled by Jose Santos Jr., and he had his horse in a perfect spot throughout, and I think that's a very generous price for this horse.
$18 for the win, no question. They're honoring Major, winds up second in here. Congrats to Ron Moquette, David Cabrera, and William Sparks. Winning connections there in that 8th from Oaklawn. We're going to take a break in the action. More coming up here. Do not go away. We'll continue with America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 6 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include graded stakes winner Plum Ali.
But it's going to be Plum Ali, and she's now 3 for 3.
Sharp Samurai, international stars Shivaji and Birdie Queen, plus these standout performers. In the ring, his yearlings sold up to $260,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
And here comes Tex and Tacitus, and the two of them are right together as they come to the 8th pole. Longshot Math Wizard has run a big one. He's third on the outside. Tacitus on the outside. Tex along the rail. Tacitus and Tex locked in battle at the 16th pole. It's Tacitus in front. Tex second on the inside as they come down to the line. Highcall takes third late. It is Tacitus. in the Wood Memorial.
That was the last Wood Memorial we had. There was no Wood in 2020 because of COVID. Tacitus with the victory. He has, of course, gone on to be an incredibly nice horse. I think people had sometimes expected too much of him because he had so much potential. He's had a pretty nice career.
Oh, he's had a nice career. He's earned a lot of money. It just feels like maybe our expectations were a bit too high.
This year's edition, we're looking at a loaded group for the Wood Memorial. It happens next weekend. Among that group that's going to line up, Weyburn, who stepped up and shocked everybody in the Gotham at 46-1. And Godolphin, again, Prevalence undefeated with a couple of wins at Gulfstream. Going to head to New York and tackle this group.
Yeah, Prevalence 2 for 2 has done it the right way. This is his class test. This is a big step up in company. And, you know, for a horse that doesn't have a lot of foundation, but he certainly has a lot of ability.
Let's take a look at what Weyburn did, meanwhile, for Jimmy Jerkins in the Gotham. They tried to get him to a couple of races much earlier on in the year. Injuries kind of stopped that from happening. And in the end, they said, well, let's take a shot in the Gotham. And then this happened at 46-1.
Yeah, and he was very game in between horses here. He didn't switch leads till late. So he's on his inside lead. He's hanging on that left lead. When he gets over to his right lead, he finds a bit more energy right there. And that was the difference in, you know, winning and losing. Him finding that bit more, getting on his right lead. Trevor McCarthy folds up nice on a horse. I know Jimmy Jerkins was thrilled with this effort and feels like this horse has a big move forward in him.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch him if he can build off that. Meanwhile, Crowded Trade, who just missed in there for Chad Brown, he got off to a poor start in that race. He's a horse that's intriguing as well that could move forward.
Yeah, and definitely a horse that looks like he'll handle the distance as well.
Chad Brown, of course, with risk-taking as well. Meanwhile, Prevalence, more depth for Godolphin. 1-9 in this performance, and he lived up to the billing.
Yeah, and you could just see his rider here, Tyler Gaffalione, kind of sitting on him, waiting to set him down. Didn't ask him for more until almost the 8th pole, and this horse kept finding. This was a step up. He ran 7 furlongs first time, a mile. Now he's going to have to get the mile and 8th against better company. No doubt about this horse's ability. Just might be a little too much too soon, trying to cram it in to make the Kentucky Derby.
See if he can continue to progress at a very fast rate. So far, he's been remarkable. And those 2 career starts, both down in South Florida. Now he's going to ship and try and win in New York. Meanwhile, risk-taking for Chad Brown. His Withers, big effort.
Big effort. This horse, ran his first 2 starts, one of them on the turf, one sprinting. Didn't want any part of either of that. Stretched out in the dirt. He's been perfect. And he's a horse that takes kickback. He's got a relentless run to him. Certainly the mile and 1/8 of the Wood Memorial should be no issue whatsoever. He's already won at the mile and 1/8 in the Withers. I think this horse has a lot of upside. I think he could take another step forward.
That was his 3-year-old debut. Yeah, if he can move forward off that. Chad Brown and Klarovich. Look, they have a very talented 3-year-old. And we're going to find out a lot more about this group here on the East Coast next Saturday afternoon in the Wood. We got a busy weekend next Friday, Saturday. You do not want to miss it. I hope you join us here on America's Day at the Races. Here is what lies ahead. Distaff Handicap on April the 2nd, and then Wood Memorial Day includes the Carter Handicap Grade 1, the Bayshore, Gazelle, Excelsior. Just a loaded lineup on that Saturday afternoon.
Great day of racing. Got pretty much every category covered, every division.
Jonathan, I'm salivating just looking at that lineup. Who are you most looking forward to seeing next weekend?
Yeah, obviously the Derby preps are where it's at, but I'm interested in the Kentucky Oaks prep. The Gazelle running a mile and 1/8, which sets up really nicely for the Kentucky Oaks at a mile and 1/8. And I'm interested to see search results. She's undefeated. She ran well off of a layoff in the Busher, and I'm looking forward to seeing her second off a break as an undefeated horse and see what she's going to do to continue on her Kentucky Oaks trail.
And this is a look at the performance of search results, and yeah, that mile and 1/8 makes a big difference because that's the distance we're going to see on that last Friday in April in the Oaks.
She was relentless here. She needs to learn how to change to her right lead if she's going to be effective against better and going further. Hanging on that left lead, and she was resolute in game, but She's going to need that extra energy.
And again, JK, the top two maybe in that division, at least we've been talking about the most, the two that have been getting to know each other pretty well for Brad Cox and Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we also have, there's other races going on as well. We'll see some races on the West Coast. The Grade 1 Ashland will be run next weekend as well. It's a wide open race. And you know, that's what makes these races so much fun.
Yeah, we're going to enjoy it. JK, great job this afternoon. Fun rolling with you on the weekend. Those two I was talking about, Clairiere, Travel Column, a lot of intrigue with those two in the 3-year-old filly division as well. We're getting closer and closer to what is going to be these couple of big ones coming up.
It seems like the time's just rolling by. We got through this winter so quickly, and we're basically a month away from the Kentucky Derby and the Kentucky Oaks, and feels good to be a part of this great racing colony, fraternity, if you will.
Huge weekend on the road to the Triple Crown next Saturday. You do not want to miss it on America's Day at the Races. Coming up next on FS2, a women's world-class volleyball event, Athletes Unlimited Volleyball, a live event from Dallas. Well, it was a big day at Tampa. Me and Mr. C made it 3 in a row. Mike Maker, how about tap it to win as well, off the bench for the victory. And in the Haynes Field, my boy Tate in a 6-win afternoon, and the riding title for Eric Cancel. We'll see you next Thursday.